Chapter 679. Just as Wuji's spear shadow was once again 150 feet away, a full 6,400 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry galloped over. Xiaori suddenly lowered his body and hollered with a solemn expression. Flames ignited on its four hooves. Zhongsho was stunned. Then he saw that the thousands of Xian flame golden Qilin beasts, as well as Wuji's fire-stepping purple Qilin, were all panicking. Their footsteps were in a mess as they gave out panic cries. The cavalry army that was originally orderly and gave off an aura instantly became chaotic. They were connected as one, like they were one person, but at this moment, they all collapsed. The vast aura didn't exist at all. Zhongsho's brow rose up. Moments later, he understood. He knew that this was caused by Xiaori's pure Qilin blood. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, shaking the wilderness. The purple Qilin flame spear cavalry swept the world in an arrogant manner. However, his little puppy was their nemesis. He blocked the enemy alone. His original intention was to go all out. Even if he was heavily injured, he had to last until the blood cloud cavalry arrived. He didn't expect that there would be such a surprise today. The purity of this fire Qilin's bloodline was above what he had expected. Without any hesitation, the sword in Zhongsho's hand changed, giving up on defense and turning to attack. The dragon-like sword light slashed diagonally, piercing into Wuji's heavy spear shadows. It directly broke the flying sword and then flicked it up. Wuji's entire body was flicked up from the fire-stepping purple Qilin, slicing him into two in mid-air. The sword light exploded. Numerous blade shadows pierced forwards, covering thousands of feet. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Another 100 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry had their throats sliced. At this moment, Xiaori roared out once more, shaking 100 miles. On the plains, including the thousands of purple Qilin flame spear cavalry, 20,000 Xian flame golden Qilin beasts all trembled and knelt on the ground. No matter how their master chased them, they wouldn't move at all. The entire cavalry army lost their aura, all of them looking at one another in shock. Although Wuji's body was broken, he was still alive. Seeing such a scene, his pupils constricted. His gaze was fixed on the little puppy with 4 feet on fire beside Zhongsho's shoulder. Qilin. Moreover, he was the noblest king among the Qilins. To be able to make 20,000 Xian flame golden Qilin beasts submit to him and order him around. No matter how pure his bloodline was, it was still impossible. Qilins were born by consuming qi. Only by absorbing the qi of the kings of the human world or beasts could they truly grow into the king of a race. However, the Qilin was one of the kings of the 10,000 beasts, so it was impossible for it to accompany the Qilin. As for the kings and emperors of the human world, they had millions of people under their command, gathering the hearts of countless people. Even the king's qi was difficult to be pure and flawless. It was even more impossible for these Qilins to reject the king's qi by eating it. Suddenly, Wuji thought of something and spat out another mouthful of blood. Dowling vast habitat also raised 200,000 Xian flame golden Qilin beasts. There are no less than 1 million spirit mounts that were related to the Qilin. All beasts in the world were restricted by the bloodline of their ancestors. This was why the Dao soldiers of the various sects were all considered before they were built. For example, the silver-scale wind-stepping beast that Song Shengdao's common people's mysterious dragon warriors used was a mix of various god-beast bloodlines. The combat strength of the mounts were slightly weaker, but when they faced the suppression of the god-beast, they weren't affected much. Tailing sect's purple cloud sword cavalry used purple winged lizards, descendants of the ancient giant lizard pseudo-dragon. They were pretty much wiped out by the dragon race. Even if there were some left, they weren't a problem. Their Taoist faction used Xian flame golden Qilin beasts, which were formed from various Qilin bloodlines. They predicted that there wouldn't be any more Qilin king blood in the world. Out of the grade, 6 Dao soldiers of the various sects, they were the strongest. However, if Zhongsho had this beast, this was a calamity, a huge calamity. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. Wuji's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Zhongsho was lazy to bother about this person, looking into the distance. In the sky, a blood-red color was sweeping over from the horizon. Looking carefully, it was a cavalry army, close to 5,000 of them. The two at the front were both holding halberds. They were Zhong Yuan and Yin Yang. How quick! Zhongsho was slightly shocked, but also felt relaxed. To use one person to go up against 7,000 cavalry, such heavy pressure wasn't a joke. Just now, he missed his sword and he was in danger of dying. The arrival of these 5,000 blood cloud cavalry meant that the dust had settled. Looking forward at the thousands of purple Qilin flame spear cavalry, who could only walk, Zhongsho had an idea. People were the most unsatisfied, and Zhongsho was no exception. Originally, he was only planning to wipe out this purple Qilin flame spear cavalry. At this moment, he was thinking about how to take down all these 20,000 Xian flame golden Qilin beasts. With this group of close to grade 5 cavalry beasts, his second cavalry army that could be compared to grade 6 Dao soldiers could be built up. Ruoshui. Following his soft call, the figure of a young girl appeared behind him out of thin air. She had been standing there, protecting Zhongsho's back. However, the entire thousands of cavalry didn't notice her at all. Spread my orders across the entire territory. All the temples under Dowling Vast Habitat were wiped out. All cultivators above grade 2 will be killed. One word and the statues can be burned. Half a year later, there will be a sentence of 3 years for Taoist faction scriptures. All cultivators will be killed. This decree can spread to the world that from today onwards, only one of us can survive. Wuji felt like there were tens of thousands of arrows stabbing into his chest. His heart was dripping blood. Who knew whether or not Zhongsho said this decree, just for him to hear? However, he only felt his heart sink to the bottom. The moment this decree went out, they would fight to the death. If the 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry were all wiped out here, Dowling Vast Habitat situation would be the worst in thousands of years. Clenching his fists, Wuji barely managed to recover some strength. Banning our Taoist faction, you have to break our mountains and destroy our temples, killing millions of our disciples. Ruler doesn't think you are too vicious. Our Dowling Vast Habitat is in the wrong for this matter, but my disciples didn't do anything wrong. Zhongsho scoffed coldly. If he died today, then what about his wife and race in Gantian Mountain? In this world, was there anyone who could say that Zhongsho was in the wrong? Then, he waved his hand and directly sliced off Wuji's head. This heaven and earth, this world became peaceful. Sandalwood fragrance rose up. Threads of transparent white smoke that could calm one's heart spread throughout the room. However, this incense wasn't able to ease up the heavy atmosphere here at all. Inyu's face was dark and sunken, his eyes lost as he looked out of the opposite door. Although it was the start of the 9th month, for some reason, the imperial city was covered in snow. At this moment, he still didn't have the mood to admire the beautiful snow scenery. He was originally in secluded meditation in Hidden Dragon Mountain, but was interrupted halfway. Then, when he returned to Yangshin Hall and learned about what had happened, this was the situation. He was startled as he looked out of the door. Who knows what he was thinking about? Although it was snowing, the sky was dark. The sun and moon couldn't be seen. Only one star shone through the thick cloud layer and appeared in the night sky. That was the Alcade of the Big Dipper, one of the 3 fierce stars, Army Destroyer. Looking into the eyes of the people in the room, it was so eye-piercing. Which means that Kong Yao's fate didn't affect our Taishang, but because she was affected by our Taishang, which was why her fate declined. Who knows how long passed before Inyu suddenly spoke. The officials beside him were all silent. Only Zhongshuan replied with a defeated expression. That's right. It was his responsibility to protect the fate of the Great Shang dynasty. After resting for half a night, his injuries were much better. At least he could meet people. This woman is similar to the Alcade, but her fate is hidden. Only when she has the commander seal and leads millions of troops can she respond to the stars. As he said that, Inyu broke out into a laugh. However, he wasn't smiling at all. Instead, it was filled with self-mocking intent, giving off a cold intent. This woman isn't a famous commander, but her general talent is above average. However, she can lead millions of troops. She was supposed to be the pillar of our Taishang, but I personally gave her to someone else. Everyone in the Yangxin Hall had bitter expressions on their faces. Zhongshuan's expression was even uglier as he said bitterly, "I am useless. I misjudged her." However, Inyu shook his head slightly. It was hard to predict one's fate. If one only believed in fate, how could one rule a country? He himself didn't believe in fate. The reason why he let such a talent go was because of him. As a ruler, he didn't know how to use people. Because Kong Yao had fought dozens of battles and was only above average, he looked down on her. At this moment, thinking back to the past battles, this woman's grasp of the overall situation was extremely accurate. What was more surprising was that Zhong Shou, the monster king of small country, actually had such foresight. He planned long ago to trick her into coming to Gantian. He was even more decisive to hand over millions of troops to her. A few months ago, he was already regretting it. However, at this moment, it was too late for regrets. However, he originally had enough patience to wait for Kong Yao to grow. He was also willing to give her a chance to lead the army. However, why did he miss out on the future pillar of Taishang? A sharp glow flashed in Inyu's eyes. That's right, it was the Kong family. If it wasn't for the entire Kong family pressuring that pair of father and daughter. When Gantian sent the envoy to talk about the marriage, they weren't so eager. Or maybe he, Inyu, wouldn't have made such a rash decision. Zhongshuan was the rock of the country. Even if he made a mistake, there was a reason for it. Naturally, he wasn't wrong. Inyu wasn't wrong either. Then, the only one at fault was the Kong family. This entire race had bad intentions, colluding with the Yang family. They deserved to die. Send the decree. Imperial astronomer Kongli was too lazy today and spoke too much nonsense. He is demoted to Imperial Astronomer Young Master. Just as he said that, he saw Internal Affairs Junior Supervisor Gurual walk in with a few message talismans in his hands. Inyu's expression changed, his brow rising as he asked, "Is there news from the east? How is it?" Gurual came back to his senses, following which he bowed solemnly. "I heard that Zhong Shou and Kong Yao used the Mirage to counter the enemy, defeating the Night Demon Army and killing 1,000,000. The Blood Cloud Cavalry didn't suffer any losses. Only 40% of the 2,000,000 soldiers died." Inyu's hand trembled slightly. Then, his voice became more serious. "Kong Li is demoted to Imperial Astronomer. Kong Xian lost his teacher and humiliated the country. He can be captured and killed." Chapter 680. They were both in the imperial capital, but within the main hall of the Kong family. There was a totally different, relaxed atmosphere. Kong Li sat at the top seat. He was really relaxed and had a calm expression. Beside him, there was another person sitting shoulder to shoulder. If Zhong Shou was here, he would definitely recognize this person. It was Wei Hai, who he had killed a few months ago. At this moment, his head was lowered as he bit into a half-cooked beast leg. There were a few Kong family people sitting beside him. They all gave off the aura of an aristocratic family disciple, not trying to suck up to him and not being rude. Kong Li smiled, waiting for Wei Hai to drink a bowl of wine in large mouthfuls before he opened his mouth. "Commander Wei is really magnanimous. Swallowing 3 cows a day, it seems like your injuries have healed." Wei Hai roughly wiped his mouth and scoffed coldly when he heard that. "Healed my ass. My physical body was destroyed. Although this body is not bad, it only has 80% of its original combat strength. If I want to recover, it will take 8 to 10 years. After he finished, his eyes were dark and cold as he looked towards the east, filled with endless vengeance. That Zhong Shou really got off easy. If he doesn't die to the night demons, I will definitely take his life in the future. This person really deserves to die." Kong Li smiled and shook his head. That Monster King's actions are indeed incomprehensible. However, it isn't random. Looking at his intentions, he wants to use our Taishang and the Huizhou City Army to heavily injure the night demons. Looking at the elite troops under him, A large portion of them are in Gantian Mountain. Or maybe he knows that our Taishang wants to retreat, which is why he did that. However, this person is really despicable. Commander Wei is really valiant, and in the future, you will lead the army and sweep Donglin. Wei Hai scoffed, slightly delighted. However, he shook his head in pride. You can't say that. Your race member Kong Yao's ability to use troops is indeed extraordinary. Even if we lose this time, we can ensure that Gantian Mountain doesn't suffer any losses. Sweeping Donglin. Those words are too far away. The moment the two words Kong Yao were uttered, the atmosphere in the hall froze. Almost everyone from the Kong family looked at Kong Li and his son with strange gazes. No one said anything. The future would not be a famous commander. This was the evaluation of the famous generals of the current dynasty. Everyone in the imperial capital knew about the relationship between the Kong family and Kong Yao. He didn't know why Wei Hai mentioned this matter. Kong Li's expression stiffened. Then he laughed. Please forgive me, Marshal Wei. This woman is a traitor of our clan and has been expelled from the clan. Now, Kong Li feels annoyed just by hearing it. He sneered coldly in his heart, not caring at all. Although the Kong family was only a mid-sized family in Taishang, they had been running for 10,000 years, and they had hidden spies within the 5 vast habitats. His connection with Taoism was inextricably linked. The current Gantian Mountain was not far from defeat. He waved his hand. A servant brought up a jade box and placed it in front of Wei Hai. Wei Hai's eyes squinted. He didn't take it, glancing sideways at Kong Li. He knew that the banquet had ended, and they had reached the main topic. The latter smiled. Within the box is a bottle of black jade soul, firming ointment, and 3 essence spirit heaven extreme pills. They might be able to help you. The Kong family doesn't ask for much, just for you to take care of my Xian. Wei Hai's eyes flashed when he heard that. The black jade soul firming ointment could allow him to grasp this body a few years earlier. As for the essence spirit heaven extreme pill, it was a variant of the Heaven Extreme pill. Its price was 10 times that of the Heaven Extreme pill and could help him break through to the Heaven realm. As expected from a 10,000-year aristocratic family, you are really rich. Laughing out loud, Wei Hai waved his sleeves and kept the jade box. He looked at Kong Xian, who lowered his head. The conflict this time has been resolved. Your son is a hero, and if I have a chance, I will naturally promote him. Kong Su and Kong Xian's expressions were instantly filled with joy. At this moment, Wei Hai looked at the sky outside of the hall. Speaking of which, there should be news from the east. What is the situation now? His gaze then landed on the resplendent star in the sky. This Alcade star is so strange. On a snowy night, all the stars are dark. Only this star can be seen, and it is actually a little eye-piercing. You all are a divination aristocratic family. Do you know what this means? Kong Li was slightly startled, and then he was deep in thought. I have observed it before. It means that a famous general is born in this world. It should be in the southeast, the land of the barbarian race. The fierce star will definitely kill many people. Sigh. Before he finished, a person at the door suddenly spoke out. However, I heard a few elders say that the appearance of the Alcade star today is because of Kong Yao. Yao is the army-breaking star. She is the unparalleled, famous commander. Everyone in the hall was instantly silent, especially Kong Su and Kong Xian. Their expressions were the most awkward and ugly. They held their wine cups tightly and suppressed the rage in their chests. Since Kong Yao led the Donglin army and went up against the 2 million troops of the Night Demon Army and didn't lose, there were many rumors that His Majesty destroyed the table in the reading room. Slowly, there were different voices within the race. Before this, they removed Kong Yao and Kong Rui from the family tree. Although there were voices of unhappiness within the race, they could be ignored. However, today it was slowly becoming more and more chaotic. The person who spoke out was someone who had a good relationship with Kong Rui. How much have you learned about astrology? You dare to speak so arrogantly. Elders in the race. Just some old fogies, how can it be trusted? Kong Li was expressionless, his eyes half closed as he scoffed. So what if it matches the Alcade star? After today, the stars will dim and fall into the mud. Esteemed guests are here, and you actually dare to speak such nonsense. Throw them out and go reflect on your mistakes." The moment he said this, a few generals stepped in. However, the teen who spoke laughed coldly. He got up and walked out of the hall alone. However, it was also at this moment that a series of rumbling sounds came from the main gate in the distance. Groups of fully armored soldiers charged in. One person walked at the front. His red robe was really eye-catching in the snow. "It's Eunuch Gao Ruo." Conley was shocked. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand why this close servant of the emperor would come in the middle of the night. Just as he was about to get up and bow toward Gao Ruo, he saw that the door was opened. After the other party stood in front of the palace door, he looked inside coldly and opened a bright yellow imperial edict. "His Majesty has decreed that Imperial Astronomer Conley doesn't know the time and is lazy, ostracizing his colleagues. The evidence is clear. Thinking about his father and ancestors, Conley is diligent in country matters. Today, he is pardoned and demoted to Imperial Astronomer." Conley's entire body shook, his head dizzy. He raised his head in disbelief. How did this happen? Did Gao Ruo fake the imperial decree? Imperial Astronomer to Imperial Astronomer. This was a demotion of 7 grades to the lowest level of the Imperial Astronomer. Gao Ruo's words weren't finished. There is also titled Governor Commander Kong Xian, who bewitched the main general and treated the people cruelly, causing our Taishang to lose our morals. He also humiliated the country and lost hundreds of thousands of troops. Order the 3 law divisions to capture him and interrogate him. If he can't be forgiven, he will be executed in public. Conley's head felt even dizzier. Even Wei Hai's face turned ashen white, although this decree had nothing to do with him. However, since he was bewitched, then he had to be accused of being muddle-headed. His expression couldn't help but turn dark and cold as he stared at Kong Xian. At this moment, there were dozens of soldiers who went up to capture Kong Xian. However, his expression remained blank as he allowed the dozen or so people to capture him. A moment later, he knew how to struggle and hollered out, "Impossible! Impossible! If you want to punish someone, you can always find a reason. Kong Xian, won't accept this. As a general, I naturally have to be unscrupulous. Ganti and Mountain Sneak attacked us when we weren't prepared. What did I do wrong? Release me." He still wanted to see how Kong Yao lost and how Zhongsho died. He still had to lead the army to revive the Kong family. How could he die? Those dozens of soldiers weren't fazed at all. Dozens of bone-piercing nails were forcefully nailed into Kong Xian's chakra meridians and then locked him down with chains. Conley's body trembled, forcefully suppressing the urge to save him. He raised his trembling head and looked at the red-robed official in front of him with pleading eyes. "If Junior Supervisor can tell me the reason, I will be grateful and will give you a huge gift." Gao Ruo frowned slightly. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. The Kong family would find out about this matter sooner or later. His Majesty wouldn't blame him for this. Today at noon, Kong Yao used a special plan to break the enemy. Out of the 8 million night demons, only less than 3,000 remained. The army fought for a night and only lost 40%. Conley's body shook, his eyes filled with disbelief. Subconsciously, a series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhongsho won, and all the elite survived. Then Huizhou was already in the bag. 2 million elite troops under him. If they faced a spiritual wave, half of them would be able to advance. It wasn't just these people who would be able to train their martial path. It was a theory from 10,000 years ago that if one excluded the alien races, they would be able to obtain the fate of the cloud world. Speaking of which, Kong Yao was indeed Yao Guang. However, this shouldn't be enough for His Majesty to vent his anger on the Shun family. Then he thought back to the Liao King and the Yang family. That should be the main reason, right? His Majesty was smart. So how would he not be wary of the princes and the aristocratic families? He didn't say anything because it wasn't the time. This was a punishment for 2 crimes. I was the one who was too anxious. Garo also heard Zhongshuan mention that the king energy in the east has been rising. He should have obtained the help of a good general, and within 10 years, he might become the overlord of the southeast. That Kong Yao was implicated by your Kong family, which was why his life was so bad. Now that it is solved, his name will shine across the four oceans. Kong family head is also a divination expert, so you should know whether or not these words are true. Grand teacher wouldn't say such things. Kong Li was startled and looked towards the east. Before this, he didn't notice, but now he could see clearly. It was like a red cloud was sweeping towards the east. He didn't know who the good general was, but the good general was definitely Kong Yao. He looked towards Yao Guang. As expected, it was bright and white, without any black or gray energy. His heart tightened, but he felt that something wasn't right. Even if Zhong Shou won, he shouldn't be able to avoid being killed. Why was there such a situation? He had the Taoist faction and Confucian faction to help, so was His Majesty not worried at all? He heard Guruo say leisurely, "There is news tonight. Dowling vast habitats, true martial 7-segment sword formation, 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry were all wiped out in Huizhou. However, it hasn't been confirmed." Before he finished, a loud laugh spread out from within the hall. Everyone looked over. It was the Kong family teen who spoke just now. Chapter 681. When Wuji woke up in a daze, he only felt that his eyes were at a loss. Looking around, there were smooth stone walls with Taoist scriptures drawn on them. After being stunned for a moment, Wuji noticed that this place should be his cave in Dowling vast habitat. However, why was he here? Shouldn't he be in Huizhou, preparing to lead the 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry to wipe out Zhong Shou's blood cloud cavalry? Knitting his brows, Limitless found that the source spirit in his body was extremely weak. His forelimbs and body were a little weak, like he hadn't moved in a long time. With his spiritual sense, Wuji knew the reason. This was the second soul that he placed in his cave to nurture as well as a spare body. He couldn't help but frown. What happened? To be able to make the second soul wake up at this moment. Unless his main body had already died, Wuji was instantly infuriated. Who dared to do such a vicious thing? Although he was still here, the loss of his main body was so heavy that it was no different from dying. Half of his soul being destroyed directly caused close to half of his 1,000 years of lifespan to be destroyed. As for this flesh fetus, although it was nurtured from its own flesh and blood, it was still extremely weak. However, to reach the level where his soul and body were completely merged as one, it wouldn't be possible even in a few hundred to 1,000 years. He was one of the deacons of Dowling Vast Habitat. Even if the demon sect wanted to attack him, they had to think carefully. Who was so bold to not fear the revenge of Dowling Vast Habitat? Moreover, in his hands, there was a cavalry that could destroy a city and destroy a country. Thinking about it, a name flashed across Wuji's mind: Zhong Shou. Only this person wouldn't fear Dowling Vast Habitat. Only this person had a reason to attack him. Then, with a 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry under him still there, his heart tightened and Wuji couldn't sit still anymore. He directly got up and walked out of the door. The moment he walked out of the cave, Wuji felt that the atmosphere in Dowling Vast Habitat today was really weird. In the past, it was really peaceful. However, today, many disciples were either hurrying about anxiously or filled with rage as they discussed. Many gazes looked towards him. Some were sympathetic, while others were resentful and despised. Wuji's heart sank again as he flew into the air. After a short while, they arrived in front of a vast stone hall. The hall was called Dao Extreme. When Wuji stepped in, he felt that the atmosphere here was cold and heavy, close to freezing up. Wu Su, the palace master of the Holy Ji Palace, was frowning as he sat in the seat of honor. There were dozens of people sitting beside him. They were all elders and deacons of Dowling Vast Habitat. Xiaoxiangzi was also among them, but at this moment he no longer had his usual cold arrogance. Instead, he sat at the very bottom with a cautious expression. What happened to Huizhou Island? Why did my main body fall? Wuji asked as soon as he stepped in. Since he didn't understand, he naturally had to ask in a righteous manner. Everyone in the hall looked at each other in silence. However, there were a few who were close to Wuji and explained, Zhongsho defeated the night demon and killed our vast habitat Minghui and 7 true martial swordsmen at the peak of 7 Cloud Mountain. Then he sprinted for thousands of miles. Your main body and the 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry were all wiped out. Wuji's eyelids jumped. He knew that this was the outcome. However, when he heard it now, he was still shocked. 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry all died, along with Minghui and the true martial 7-part sword formation. As for the Xian and Tong sect heads who followed along, they were probably dead. Although it wasn't like the sky had collapsed, it was the biggest nightmare for Dowling Vast Habitat in these few thousand years. Dowling Vast Habitat only had 15,000 grade 6 Dao soldiers accumulated over the years. This time, they lost close to half of them. His mind was in a daze. Although they were thousands of miles apart, there was still some mental connection between him and the main body. Now that he was inside the person's body, many images appeared in his mind. Thousands of cavalrymen were like raging waves crashing against the shore. However, they were unable to shake that thin and weak figure who was like a pillar supporting the heavens. Speaking of which, I sacrificed my life for our Taoist faction. One sentence caused the few elders and deacons who were staring at them to be startled. Wuji continued to ask, that Zhongsho blocked our 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry alone? How was he able to block them? How could 7,000 of them all be wiped out? He didn't say those words just to make excuses for himself, but because he was really confused. Even if they couldn't win, they could split up and flee. Grade 6 martial cultivators couldn't travel in the air. However, that Xian Flame Golden Qilin Beast could travel 10,000 miles in a day. His allies, sitting nearby, instantly understood. That is because Zhongsho blocked you for 15 minutes before the Blood Cloud cavalry rushed over. This person killed 1,000,000 night demons, and his strength didn't decrease at all. He also has Huizhou, and the strength of the country increased. Gathering the strength of a country, his strength is similar to when Shunshao descended a year ago. He should be able to block 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry for a short while. As for why they were all wiped out, the person who spoke frowned slightly. I don't understand. He should have used other methods. Wuji was startled like he thought about something. It should have been something really important to Dowling Vast Habitat. However, he couldn't recall it all. He saw the gazes of the people around slowly becoming deeper and deeper. Wuji stopped his train of thought for a moment. Wuji has already said this. This Zhongsho's strength is far from that, and he might not have lost to the night demons. If the assassination failed, his retaliation would be something our Dowling Vast Habitat couldn't take. What now? Everyone in the hall was silent. Wuji's words totally removed the responsibility. However, it was expected by everyone. If he was really confident to pull Wuji down from his deacon position, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Just now, he wouldn't have allowed this person to enter the hall. He forced this person to say such words because he had other motives. Almost everyone, intentionally or otherwise, turned their gazes towards Taoist Wu Su, who was in the middle of the seats of honor. I heard that Zhongsho has sent an order to the country to ban the Taoist faction and wants to break our foundations. He won't rest until he dies. This person is going against the flow, and sooner or later, he will be punished by the heavens. But at the end of the day, whose fault was it? If it was me and I was forced to such a state, I would also do the same. If we followed Wuji's plan to be on good terms with Gantian Mountain, we wouldn't have faced such a calamity. The spiritual wave hasn't risen, and our Dowling Vast Habitat has lost close to half of our troops. He didn't know his foundations and acted rashly. It was just too risky. Even if it was a Xian grade mine, he shouldn't have done that. We have to give an explanation to the disciples for today's defeat. Lingyun sect has already sent a letter to our vast habitat. They have suffered the greatest losses from Gantian Mountain banning the Taoist faction. Although they suffered heavy losses today, they are after all one of the shrines. If we cause the various sects to turn against one another, how can Dowling Vast Habitat continue to be the leader of the Taoist faction? After today, our Taoist faction will have one more enemy. That is what makes us worry. Discussions once again broke out in the hall. Although they did not know what was going on. Although they didn't know what was going on, their words all pointed towards Wusu. Wuji kept silent. In terms of responsibility, Minghui was the leader. If it wasn't for this person who persuaded his senior and senior brothers to pressure him, Wusu wouldn't have been so arrogant. Wusu's decision wouldn't have been so rash. However, now that Minghui was dead, this person was killed 200 years ago in the outer region. However, he wasn't lucky enough to use his second soul to revive like him. He couldn't help but look towards Xiaoxiang Zi with pity. This person was the pride of the heavens, but was personally smashed into the dirt by Zhongshou. His current situation was probably even more awkward. Wusu was his master and loved him a lot. Even he didn't believe that he didn't want to take revenge for the Huizhou matter. At least when Minghui was pressuring him, senior brother Wusu would have gone with the flow. There would probably be numerous voices of blame within the vast habitat. However, at this moment, Wuji's heart was filled with rage and hatred. Speaking of which, all of this was caused by this kid. Wusu was expressionless, sitting there like a dried-up tree. He allowed everyone to discuss and didn't speak. 30 minutes later, his brow moved and he opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow. Enough. Just 2 words, but they were like thunder. It caused the entire doji hall to fall silent. However, everyone's gazes were filled with mocking intent. Most of them laughed coldly as they waited quietly. I have already asked for forgiveness from the senior ancestors, and I have already received a reply. Wusu will speak on behalf of me. He swept the hall, his gaze stopping on Wuji for a moment before he retracted it. Wusu can't push the blame away. However, the few of us also praise the Huizhou matter. The rise of Gantian Mountain is one of the biggest variables in the next 100 years. If we have a chance, we will definitely wipe it out. This time, Wusu didn't differentiate between the truth and lies and acted rashly. We can remove him from the position of Dowling Palace head and let him take over the matters of the vast habitat. When he spoke, his expression was really solemn, using the tone of the Dowling vast habitat ancestor to speak. Everyone listened solemnly and were startled, their faces filled with disappointment. In the end, they didn't pull this person down from the position of palace head. When Wuji saw this, apart from frowning, he sighed. Even if Wusu didn't remove him, he wouldn't feel happy. He only felt that there was a power struggle within the vast habitat. The Taoist faction sects have been fighting for 10,000 years. They all had control of the heart of the vast habitat. The closer it was to the spiritual wave, the more uneasy it was. The death of 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry is indeed heartbreaking. However, to our vast habitat, it doesn't hurt our foundations. It was a cold sentence that was understated. Wusu's eyes closed once more. We can compensate them. We can also call back the outer sect disciples to build another 10,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry. Since Zhongshou wants to fight to the death with our vast habitat, then it is okay. This person's barriers from heaven will be broken within a few years. The 2 ancestors of the vast habitat will also return to the cloud world today. 2 years later will be the day this kid dies. Wuji's eyes lit up, and he felt much more relaxed. The Taoist faction had numerous temples in the cloud world and numerous disciples. It was just that many of them weren't supported by the vast habitat. Losing 7,000 grade 6 divine stones wouldn't hurt their foundations. With the 4 ancestors taking charge of the mountain, they would be able to safely pass this weakest period. Following this, he felt that something wasn't right, but he couldn't remember what it was. Chapter 682. Loxian Great Mindstone Mine? So that's the case. Huizhou Island, within a large city known as Hui City. Zhongshou was sitting in the city, within the palace that originally belonged to the city lord. He looked at the few mind stones in his hand in surprise. They were translucent, and looking at them, there seemed to be clouds surging within. These were the hidden guards under Roi Shui who sent people to send them over. They were all Xian grade mind stones. Most of them were low grades. However, there were only a few that reached intermediate grade. Looking closely at where the Taoist faction cultivators entered and exited. In a short few days, they noticed this mine. Looking at the situation, it should be a rich mine. Ruoshui's hidden guards just dug at the end of the mine, and they got these few mine stones. Zhongshu frowned. In his memory, he didn't remember the existence of this mine. However, he wasn't surprised. When mine stones reached Xian grade, only spirit realm cultivators and above could use them. It was definitely occupied by the sects, and normal people wouldn't be able to come into contact with it. Naturally, there were no records of it in history. Speaking of which, it would be weird if the Cloud World didn't have such a Xian grade stone mine. After all, this was the ancient era, a world that many outer region alien races saw as the celestial world. It was because this world had many spiritual items and rich resources, which was why many outer region powers were eyeing it. The questions from before were all solved. A low Xian grade stone mine was still rare even 100 years after the spiritual wave started. If they occupied it at the start of the spiritual wave, who knows how many experts and Dao soldiers they could nurture. A normal high-grade stone mine could provide for 1,000 grade 6 Dao soldiers. Then this low Xian grade stone mine could provide for at least 10,000 people. If it was a rich mine, it was even possible for 12,000 people. No wonder Dowling Vast Habitat was so heartless. A Xian grade stone could provide for his book of Ian Extreme Life for 10 days. If he got this mine, then he wouldn't have to worry in a short time. One day could be used as dozens of days. Then, Zhongshu shook his head. Although it was on his territory, this mine was something that his Gantian mountain couldn't swallow. Especially at such a time when they had totally turned on Dowling Vast Habitat and wouldn't rest until one of them died. They couldn't show any weakness. You can send someone to inform Tsang Xingdao of the Kenzo sect and have them send an emissary to negotiate. By the way, you can inform the Buddhists as well. With this profound grade or vein, Tsang Xingdao would have a legitimate reason to help him in the future. As for the Kenzo sect, they returned the favor. Naturally, the 10,000 sword Vast Habitat had to pay a sufficient price. The addition of the Buddhist sect was just a side benefit. At the foot of the Seven Cloud Mountain, there were still millions of souls of soldiers who had died in battle. They needed Buddhist high monks to perform a ritual and transcend. Other than purifying the resentment there, he also had to calm the morale of his troops. Actually, the demon sect could also borrow their strength. However, Zhongshu naturally hated them. He also knew that these people wouldn't have any gratitude and would only look at benefits. A smart person wouldn't make himself an enemy of the entire world. As the ruler of a country, he couldn't let himself do whatever he wanted. Amongst the righteous path, there were hypocrites and evil people. However, since the demon path cultivators cultivated those evil, bloody, and cruel demon path techniques, they weren't good people. Gantian Mountain should be able to get half of the profits from this Xian grade or vein. However, it was an unexpected fortune. At least he didn't have to worry about the compensation that was giving him a huge headache. From Lianyan Island to Seven Cloud Mountain, the millions of soldiers who died, although most of them weren't under his rule, they were forcefully captured. However, Zhongshu was still planning to wait and see. The Ministry of Rites and the Kenzo sect of Tsang Xingdao will deal with this Xian grade or vein matter. A clanging sound spread out from beneath the City Lord throne, interrupting Zhongshu's thoughts. I heard that the ancient lizard dragon wouldn't swim to shallow areas. Phoenixes and lawn phoenixes wouldn't go where the water is. Since ancient times, nobles all knew how to protect themselves and wouldn't enter dangerous areas, much less the ruler. Now that the ruler doesn't have any children, you need to be more careful. When Zhongshu heard that voice, he felt a headache. The one who spoke was Zhang Huai. At this moment, his face flushed red, filled with rage. Why didn't he notice that this fellow could become a loyal official? I know that the ruler is brave and invincible in the cloud world. However, those who are good at war die in battle. Those who are good at swimming drown. How can the ruler not be wary of himself? If the Blood Cloud cavalry came a little later, if Wuji's ability to lead troops was stronger, Would the ruler be able to escape? If anything happens to the ruler, what would happen to us, the subjects, then? While speaking, Zhang Huai sneaked a glance at the little puppy lying on Zhongsho's shoulder. At this moment, the scales had already disappeared. The flames on its paws were also gone. It was sticking out its tongue and licking Zhongsho's face. If it wasn't for this Qilin, this ruler that he had acknowledged for less than 3 months, would have most probably lost his life. One person facing 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry. Wasn't that asking to die? Thinking about that, he felt even more rage in his chest. I think that Zhong Yuan and Yin Yang should be killed. They knew that the ruler was in a death situation, but they didn't stop him. This isn't the way of subject. Zhong Yuan stood at the side, silent and expressionless, not willing to argue. It was his fault that he wasn't able to stop him this time. He looked at Zhongsho with a bitter expression. He didn't hate Zhang Huai. Instead, he was grateful. If he could make the ruler more careful in the future, that would be for the best. The hall was dead silent. No one spoke up to defend Zhongsho. Kong Yao's face was ashen white. She was also a little afraid. She was happy to see the Taoist faction take revenge. However, she didn't expect that Zhongsho would take such a risk. Zhongsho was speechless, looking around the hall for help. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone would dodge to the side. He thought to himself that these people were really vicious. Everyone was betraying him. They weren't even willing to give him a way out. Blocking the enemy alone, although he didn't expect that Xiaori would be so threatening to the Xian Flame Golden Qilin beasts. However, at that time, he was 50 to 60% confident that Zhong Yuan could rush over in time. If he couldn't, then he would just flee, fighting 7,000 cavalry alone. The ancient overlord was just so-so. It wasn't embarrassing. However, at this moment, he couldn't say those words out loud. At this moment, his entire body felt like it was falling apart. His bones were broken in dozens of places. The meridians in his body were in a mess. When he was fighting against the 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry, his spirit was shocking, and he didn't give in at all. However, if not for Xiaori suddenly showing off his strength and Zhong Yuan rushing over a little later, he would at most be able to block 1 or 2 more waves of attacks before he would have to consider fleeing. Zhang Huai was still looking over aggressively. Zhongsho smiled awkwardly. Based on what you said, there won't be a next time. I will be careful. He was the king of a country and also a swordsman. If he had a fight, he definitely wouldn't retreat. Such a promise was already the limit. The people in the hall seemed to know that they couldn't force him too much. Their tense expressions relaxed. Zhang Huai's expression also relaxed slightly. Then, he handed over another document. There's another matter. Ruler's Taoist wiping out decree has been returned by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretaries. They also told Zhang Huai to report to Ruler that he doesn't dare to accept the decree. Even if Ruler forcefully pushes it out, the Prime Minister will stop it in the meeting hall. The moment he said this, Zhongsho's 10 fingers clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Zhang Huai's expression didn't change. Prime Minister Rin said that as a ruler, I can't send troops because of anger and can't decide politics because of happiness. Breaking ties with the Taoist faction can't stop people from Taoist Dao because of that. I also can't punish people for talking about Taoist scriptures. This is a ruler's random decree. Ruler, please think about it carefully. Zhongsho's face flushed red. The golden chair in his hand slowly turned into a fried dough twist. This damn old man actually came to reject his intentions. What was he trying to do? What he said made sense, but where would Zhongsho's face go? He had tolerated this fellow for so long. Apart from that, what else did he say? Ren Tianxing's heart pounded as he felt the chilling pressure coming from the hall. He thought to himself, Uncle, what are you thinking? What if the ruler gets angry and cuts off your head? There was a reason why he banned the Taoist faction. Those Taoist faction cultivators were asking for death. There was no need to anger the ruler over such a small matter. Zhang Huai's eyes seemed to close slightly. Thinking about it, he said honestly, that ruler's actions are just to use the chance to attack the Taoist faction. He wants to cut off their power in the secular world and take back the land of the various temples to increase the strength of Argantian Mountain. Although this policy is good, there is no need to drag down the innocent. If Argantian Mountain has sinners, we will punish them if we don't punish them. We are not far from the destruction of our country. If we are worried about the various temples causing trouble, we just need to use methods to make them willingly break away from the control of Dowling vast habitat. Sowing discord, heavy taxes, and even showing allegiance are all good methods. Kong Yao frowned. If the ruler's power couldn't be extended, this was the true sign of a country being destroyed, right? She couldn't help but gloat as she looked toward Zhong Shou. What happened today was all because of Zhong Shou's actions. He couldn't blame anyone else. Who knows how Zhong Shou would deal with it? Kill Rimbo with one knife? Impossible. On account of Ren Tianxing's face, he would definitely let him live. However, he wouldn't have a good time. No ruler would be able to accept Rimbo's actions. Zhong Shou was in deep thought. A moment later, he gritted his teeth. Then let's split it into 2 decrees and let the meeting hall discuss it. He was really unwilling in his heart as he gritted his teeth. If this happened again, then he really couldn't take it. The dozens of people here were startled when they heard that. Then, they came back to their senses. Zhong Shou was actually giving in. He actually didn't do anything to Rimbo. Zhang Huai's eyes flashed, and then he and Ren Tianxing bowed deeply. They were really sincere and respectful. Zhong Shou was a little confused as he looked at his chest. That red gem actually floated up from his chest and shone with a red light. This time it made one feel annoyed. Kong Yao was speechless, but at the same time, she felt at ease. She thought to herself that she had to ask her father to help. This treasure probably wouldn't be able to suppress the ruler's king energy. Chapter 683. She walked back to her bedroom, unhappily from the main hall of the so-called temporary imperial residence. Zhong Shou still felt a little stuffy in his chest. However, moments later, he burst out laughing. His plan had been completely seen through by that damned old man. When the Buddhist sect was at its peak, they occupied 5% of the cloud world and had billions of people. However, the scale of the Taoist faction wasn't any weaker than that. During these years, they had been prosperous and didn't suffer any losses. Along with the incense money, at least 5% of Donglin's annual production went to them. It was really unbearable for him to see that. Although he chased away Ling Yun's sect and many other sects in Donglin, he didn't deal much damage to the Taoist temples under his rule. He originally didn't want Dowling vast habitat to be in such a bad state. However, since they had already turned on each other, then there was no need for him to be polite. He could allow sects to exist, but he definitely wouldn't allow them to be strong. Now that the Taoist faction was the strongest, even if he couldn't totally wipe them out, he had to tear them apart. He casually took out a few battle reports and flipped through them. After the battle with the 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry. After the battle with the purple flame Qilin, he went into secluded meditation to heal up until today. Who knows what the situation was like at the various places? After roughly reading a few memorials, a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. At this moment, 90% of the Night Demon Army west of Seven Cloud Mountain had been wiped out by Kong Yao, Ren Tianxing, and the others. Only a little over 1,000 escaped into the deep mountains and forests to hide. These were the true elites of the Night Demon Army. If they chased into the forest, they would instead give the enemy a chance. This was why Kong Yao only used the army to lock down and didn't go in deep. Those fleeing Huizhou people also started to return to settle down. In a short 10 days, Rimbo had already transported billions of stones of grain to Huizhou. It was enough for the people here to eat for over 100 days. Based on what Zhang Huai said in the report, they might not be able to arrange everything properly, but they could ensure that everyone would have enough food to survive the autumn and winter seasons. At the end of the 8th month, they could still plant grain for one more season. They were trying their best to restore the land, especially those numerous mines in Huizhou. What happened next made Zhong Shou raise his eyebrows. Zhang Huai had already taken over the land west of Huizhou. At this moment, the imperial decree said that these fields could be distributed to the families of the soldiers who died in Seven Cloud Mountain as compensation. As for the rest, they could be sold. It wasn't that he didn't like Zhang Huai's decision, but he was rather surprised. This move could really be said to be vicious. Once this plan was implemented, Gantian Mountain would be able to digest the entire Huizhou in a short few years. However, from now on, Zhang Huai's image in the Senate Hall would be completely destroyed. Although the people of Gantian Mountain didn't have much connection with the nobles of Huizhou, they would still be worried. He knew very well what those fellows were thinking. He couldn't help but sigh. What he liked the most was officials who didn't care about reputation and were willing to take the blame for him. Unlike Rinbo, who went against him every day. However, with a flick of his finger, he turned the document into ashes. Then he took out a piece of silk and wrote an imperial edict according to the drawings of a cat and a tiger. Then he stamped it with his seal. I treat the ruler as my trusted aide, so the ruler should treat me as a brother. He flipped open Zhang Huai's second document. It was to ask him to stop corruption. Not only did it target Huizhou and Donglin, but it also included the meeting hall. He instantly felt more comfortable. As expected, Zhang Huai knew what he was thinking. If he didn't beat those people up, how could he be happy? During these few days, some people were getting more and more out of hand. Since Zhong Shou followed the rules he set, then naturally, he wouldn't allow others to do as they wished outside of his rules. Rinbo might be working with these people, so it was best if he didn't catch anything this time. The last document came from Navy Admiral Gu Laikong. There wasn't much at the start, just that the Night Demon Navy had fled. The last few lines surprised Zhong Shou. It said that Shi Rulin led 23-toothed turreted ships to lead the few Night Demon ships into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. Then, for some reason, they managed to capture a small half of the Night Demon ships. One of them was perfectly fine. The other two could still be used after some repairs. Zhong Shou instantly opened his mouth wide, unable to close it. These were the spaceships of the Night Demon race. They weren't made to conquer the Cloud Ocean, but they were giant beings that could travel through space. This was why just 20 of them could cause Gu Liekong's 1,000 ships to be unable to deal with them, even if half of the Night Demons were on land. However, there was no lack of experts on the ship. If they couldn't win, they could choose a weak spot in the space barrier and consume large amounts of mind stones to tear open space. He really didn't know how Shi Rulin did it. Was this the first battle of the top general of the Navy for the next few decades? Shaking his head, Zhong Shou only felt that it was unbelievable. Unfortunately, Gu Laikong only roughly wrote about the battle situation in the document. He only said that Shi Rulin led the enemy ships to where the demon mist wrapped around and led the beasts to attack. She also borrowed the strength of a few barbarian races below the Cloud Ocean. This was a small victory over the Night Demons. As for the specific situation, it didn't go into detail. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. Compared to the Cloud Continent, Shi Rulin was probably more suited to the area below the Cloud Ocean. Using her strengths to counter the enemy's weaknesses? From this document, one could see that Shi Rulin made use of the right time, place, and people. 3 spaceships, each one along with the war equipment on it, was worth 3,000 grade, 9 mind stones. When she returned, he would reward her with a bag of candy. No, Rulin had already grown up, so it was better to change to something else after reading the document. Next was the letter of credence. The most important one was naturally from Taishang. First, he admitted that Wei Hai and Kong Xian's actions were against the morals of the Taishang Emperor and that he had punished them. Then, he changed the topic, expressing his gratitude before starting to scold him. Even if Wei Hai and Kong Xian were guilty, they should be handed over to the Taishang. Zhong Shou's actions were a little inappropriate, taking matters into his own hands. However, the two countries were brothers, so naturally, there was no need to be so calculative about such a small matter. The last few sentences were hinting for them to send an envoy to Taishang to apologize and give them a way out. However, the entire document only had one meaning. They weren't willing to fall out with Donglin at such a time. Zhong Shou burst out laughing. As he had expected, they really treated him as Nanbation. There were also other letters from the powers of the few islands near Huizhou to express their greetings to their new neighbor. Most of them were fawning and trying to get on his good side. Only one of them was expressionless with a little bit of scolding. Nanfeng, you dynasty? Zhongsho's eyes settled down, and then he tossed it aside, not bothering about it. So what if he occupied Huizhou? Could the great Yu dynasty ruler run over to bite him? Thinking about it carefully, speaking of which, the current situation of Gantian Mountain was really good and not just a small one. Zhongsho couldn't help but be startled. Since everything was settled, he could relax and break the heaven barrier. Chapter 685. Apart from these memorials, there were also many documents sent over from Donglin Cloud Continent. Zhongsho didn't plan to take a look, casually tossing it to the side. He flipped his right hand, and a heaven and earth bag appeared in his hand. That day when he used the one origin black sword to heavily injure Jiaming Luo and cut off his forearms. This heaven and earth bag was hidden in his sleeves. Zhongsho casually kept it, but till now, he didn't have time to see what was within. He reached in with his spiritual sense and felt that there was a strong seal at the mouth of the bag. However, its owner was already dead, and Zhongsho didn't need to use much strength to break it open. In the next instant, Zhongsho sucked in a cold breath. The inside of this Cosmo sack was truly spacious. He had 2 to 3 of the last grade 9 heaven and earth bags in the cloud world, but at most, they were 10,000 feet wide. As for the one in his hand, it was tens of thousands of feet in length, width, and height. The space within it was equivalent to a small city. If one used grain to fill it up, it could feed 100,000 elites for a year. At this moment, it was filled with things. Many pieces of metal were lined up neatly within. Zhongshoxin had a thought and took a piece in his hand. Then, he shook his head in disappointment. This should be the Black Demon Gold. The armor of the millions of troops of the Night Demon Army was mostly made from this. It could increase the combat strength of the Night Demon Army and also block sunlight to a certain extent. It should be the backup resources for Jiaming Luo to conquer the cloud world. Who knew what use it would have for the human race? With a spell, piece after piece of black demon gold ingots surged out from the heaven and earth bag. They passed through the palace gates and piled up on the green stone drill grounds in front of the palace. Ocean amounts of black demon gold piled up like a mountain. Only when the heaven and earth bag in his hand was totally empty did he stop. At this moment, the space within the bag was really wide. Only the left corner was left with something. Zhongsho's eyes shone brightly. As expected of one of the 8 princes of the Night Demon clan, his wealth was far greater than his own. Those pills might not be suitable for a human's physique. However, there were 2 to 3,000 grade 9 spirit stones over there. As for the higher grade Xian grade mind stones, there were over 400 of them. Grade 9 mind stones were enough for him to use the Book of Ian for a day. In that case, even if this profound grade spirit stone was a low-grade one, it could still be used for about 10 days. The harvest this time was incomparable to all the savings he had accumulated in his previous life. The rest of the books were the martial arts classics of the Night Demon clan. Unlike the cultivators of a human race, they were divided into spirit and martial Tao. From the start, the Night Demon race was not split into spirit and martial arts. Only after reaching Heaven Realm did they start a split. This was also due to the special constitution of the Gu clan. Among them, there was one book that was the most unique. It was completely different from the other books. Zhongsho took it out with his spiritual will, only to see that the cover was dark and deep without any words. However, if one scanned it with spiritual sense, one would know that there were the words 7-Star Xian Lightning Book. When Zhongsho flipped it open and looked at page by page, his expression was really interesting. This wasn't a cultivation method passed down by the Night Demon race, but a classic of the Taoists of the Cloud World. It seemed like 10,000 years ago, the cultivators of the Cloud World not only absorbed the martial path essence of the Night Demon clan, they also learned a lot in the Cloud World. There were a total of 7 pages, and the contents had to be sensed with spiritual sense to know. However, after the second page, there were additional conditions. One needed to grasp the power of lightning to a certain extent before one could open it. A total of 7 lightning techniques were recorded, similar to that of power. However, if one had all 7, based on what the book said, one could reach the peak of the lightning path. As for Jia Mingluo, he had only grasped one of them. Who knows if it was because his foundations were still the cultivation method of the Night Demon King race. Zhongsho's purple lightning ability was far above that of the Red Star God Lightning. When he fought with Jia Mingluo, he was only suppressed because his cultivation was much lower. However, in terms of grade, it was far from what he could reach. He flipped all the way to the 4th page of the book. Every page was as heavy as a mountain, and countless words and runes were recorded on them. Taking a rough look, he felt that the grade of this book was at least a grade 10 Saint Spirit treasure book. If it was as the book said, that the combination of the 7 lightning could reach the end realm, then it would be able to be ranked as grade 11. Zhongsho himself didn't focus on lightning techniques. However, after taking a rough look, he felt that the lightning phoenix mark in his soul had changed. More rune-like structures were stretched out, and the spirit tattoo lines that were already there also underwent some changes. It didn't increase by much, but it seemed even more profound and profound. It also seemed even more obscure and exquisite. He couldn't help but be deep in thought. It seemed like the lightning techniques recorded in this book were recognized by the lightning phoenix mark that came from the ancient god beast. Who was the one who recorded this book? Who created this lightning element spell? This scripture could be said to be quite useful to him, even if he couldn't cultivate it. Using the Tao to increase the strength of his purple lightning was a good idea. If he had time, he could study it. Following this, Zhongsho smiled and looked at the side of the heaven and earth bag. At this moment, the mind stones in his hand could last him for dozens of years. Why not just pick a day? He also needed some time to digest the gains from the battle with Jia Mingluo. Thinking about it, Zhongsho directly took out the Book of Ian and smashed a Lo Xian Gray Mind Stone. When threads of spiritual energy were absorbed by the Book of Ian, the flow of time around Zhongsho suddenly became weird. 30 days later, still within the sleeping hall of the moving palace, Zhongsho was deep in thought as he looked at his hand. A ball of crimson lightning flickered and danced in his palm. This was the Red Star God Lightning. Based on his thoughts, it suddenly turned into a ball and then into a net. He was far from cultivating this lightning element spell and wasn't as good as Jia Mingluo. However, another purple lightning glow shone in Zhongsho's palm. When the two met, the purple lightning instantly devoured the scarlet divinity lightning. Then, the aura exploded, and it was even more overbearing. Threads of lightning glow sizzled in the air. Zhongsho's eyes constricted. This power was 20% stronger than his original purple lightning ability. If this Red Star God Lightning was completely cultivated, then 30% wouldn't be a problem. The reason he studied the 7 Dipper Black Thunder Cannon was to perfect the Lightning Wan imprint in his primordial spirit. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. As for what the book said about the combination of the 7 lightnings, one could reach the peak of the lightning path. He believed it a little. Since this Red Star God Lightning could merge into the purple lightning, then what would happen if the other 7 lightning spells were all cultivated? Zhongsho shook his head. Although he was looking forward to it, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate the 7-star mysterious lightning book. It was best if he placed it aside first. Thinking about the time, Zhang Huai should have settled down Huizhou. During this month, there wasn't any news of a rebellion. The reason he was here was to back him up and keep watch over this place. Now that there was nothing, he could return to Donglin Gantian. At this moment, he sensed something. Zhongsho's brow furrowed. He stood up and walked out of the hall. Pushing open the door, he saw a teen whose back was facing him as he looked into the sky. It was A.O. Kuan. Zhongsho had sensed this person's aura when he was in a room. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't understand why this fellow was here. When Zhongsho came out, A.O. Kuan smiled as he turned around. That person's disciple will be able to return to the cloud world in, at most, a year. Zhongsho's brow furrowed. That person? Who was it? Looking at A.O. Kuan's complicated gaze, he understood. Ao Kuan was most probably referring to the person who sealed him in the stone wall for 10,000 years. This person is from the Taoist faction and most probably came for you. I can deal with two of them, but one fist won't be able to fight for. Zhong Shaoxin's heart sunk slightly, and then he laughed coldly in his heart. At this moment, he had expected that a year later would be when he would break through the heaven barrier. However, he didn't care much about this matter. If he was willing, he could borrow the power of the Book of Ian, and at most in a few months he would be able to break through the heaven barrier. If he wanted to accumulate more and ensure that nothing went wrong, then he could run to the common people's vast habitat to break through the heaven barrier. This Taoist faction Saint Realm expert wouldn't go so far as to fight Song Xingdao because of this, right? Then he had a thought. If one said that Ao Kuan specially came to remind him, Zhongsho definitely wouldn't believe it. He had already predicted this matter when he attacked the 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry. How could the honor of the Taoist faction be so easily insulted? He had slapped Dowling vast habitat, and if that Dowling palace head Wu Su didn't do anything to get back their face. If he didn't lose face, then he wouldn't need to be the palace head anymore. What is the matter? Zhongsho's eyes were filled with suspicion. Looking closely at Ao Kuan, he only felt that his aura was changing continuously. Although he wasn't in an irritable and restless state, he was still unable to calm down. It wasn't weird for it to appear on anyone. However, Ao Kuan was already in the Saint Realm. I can't hide it from you. Ao Kuan laughed bitterly, shaking his head in a self-mocking manner. In the end, I used the Destruction Dragon pellet to improve quickly. I thought that I could control it, but in the end, there were still some changes. Longing, that old man, can't be disturbed now, as long as I come here to ask for help. Zhongsho was startled once more. Even a Saint Realm expert couldn't solve this problem. So what was the point of coming here to ask for help? Did he have to make another trip to the Dragon Hall? Or to search for some treasures? This time, he might not have such good luck. He saw Ao Kuan casually pick up a piece of broken stone from the ground. Zhongsho looked carefully, only to see that the broken stone was directly destroyed in Ao Kuan's hand. First, it directly turned into dust, then it turned into even finer particles, and then scattered into spiritual seeds. In the end, even the psionic energy was completely shattered. It was similar to Osamu Hara's spiritual explosion sword intent. After that, it stopped. Alcuin's eyes were also filled with a lost expression. Chapter 686. Zhongsho Xin was enlightened and roughly understood a little. This Ao Kuan most probably couldn't find his future Tao, which caused the energy in his body to change. His destruction Tao also stopped at that point. This wasn't something that spiritual items and treasures could solve. Other people wouldn't be able to help either. Ao Kuan didn't come to find him because he expected him to be able to help him. Instead, he came here to listen to his opinion and search for inspiration. Frowning, Zhongsho was in deep thought. Speaking of which, he didn't really dabble in this destruction Tao. However, 10,000 years later, he heard that at the end of the spiritual wave, there was someone who could easily wipe out tens of worlds. Legends even said that he could destroy this region. He also cultivated the destruction Tao. Then, how about we start from the Grand Path laws? When he said those words, Zhongsho's fingertip carefully poked. Within this area, there was a wave of spiritual energy turbulence. 5-colored spiritual light shone continuously. The entire space was close to collapsing. However, this weird scene returned to normal in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhongsho's face was ashen white, looking extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, he had broken a string in this world. To destroy a small and insignificant law in this less than 100 feet region, he paid the price of using up all his true chi and spiritual energy. At this moment, as long as one had some strength, they would be able to take his life. However, he didn't care about the weakness in his body as he looked forwards with a questioning gaze. He remembered that the person grasped such a Tao to directly destroy the source of the world. This method can work. I was right to come to find you. As expected from the person who comprehended the true 99 long Ing sword within 7 days. Although he said that, Ao Kuan was still frowning, his face becoming more and more bitter. In the past, when Ao Kuan was trapped in the stone wall, he wanted to destroy everything in this world. Why can others be free and unfettered outside, but Ao Kuan had to be trapped within this stone wall and forgotten by everyone? However, after he came out, perhaps due to the passage of 10,000 years, his evil aura had completely dissipated. I no longer have these thoughts. Coincidentally, a withered leaf fell to the side. Ao Kuan caught it in his hand and looked at it with a complicated expression. Although there are many ugly and filthy places in this world, there are also places that make people reluctant to part with them. Ao Kuan was unwilling to destroy it. This is why we can't continue on this destruction Tao. A gentle breeze blew, causing countless withered leaves to fall, making Ao Kuan's figure seem unusually sad and desolate. Zhongsho felt his scalp go numb and his teeth ache. This Ao Kuan really disgusted him. He couldn't be bothered to deal with him, so he directly exposed him. Brother Ao, could it be that you feel that the Tao of destruction is insufficient to deal with powerful enemies and want to find another path? He totally understood that the destruction dragon 10,000 years ago was able to step into the peak of the God realm and was half a step away from the Saint realm. He didn't believe that the destruction Tao didn't involve the destruction of laws. Ao Kuan obtained the dragon pellet, so it was impossible for him to have no idea about the progress of the destruction Tao. The reason why he was so conflicted was probably because he wasn't satisfied with his own combat strength. His cultivation had been achieved through a shortcut in the first place. Even if it didn't leave any hidden problems, in a short time, he wouldn't be able to advance. Then, the only way was to work on his foundations. Only with the source of the Tao far above others would he be invincible in the same grade, and even be able to jump realms to fight. He thought back to the weird expression on Ao Kuan's face when he talked about that person's disciple. Zhongsho roughly knew what was going on. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the destruction Tao was only one change, power could definitely be listed in the top 20 of all the Taos. In terms of the Tao level, he could be listed in the top 10 on the same level as the creation Tao. It was one of the most basic Taos in the world. The only thing was that the cultivation path was slightly tougher. However, with the destruction dragon as a foundation, if Ao Kuan continued down the path, who knows, maybe when the spiritual wave ended, he would have the ability to stabilize at the end realm. During that era, not only would low-grade cultivators like them be able to increase their strength, to God realm and Saint realm people, it would be a huge fortuitous encounter. He grasped such a technique, and this fellow was still not satisfied. As expected, Ao Kuan smiled, revealing his white teeth. Little show really knows what I want. It is impossible to find another path. Ao Kuan just wants to add some changes to the destruction Tao to increase power. Moreover, my destruction Tao is just too strong. When fighting with others, one has to control one's strength. It is indeed a little inconvenient to destroy a country and a world so easily. Zhongsho was speechless as he raised his head and looked into the sky, just as he was about to say, "Scram." However, before he could say anything, a whimsical thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongsho cut off a strand of hair from the back of his head and waved it in front of Ao Kuan. Just as Ao Kuan didn't understand, Zhongsho flicked his finger. Instantly, a strand of hair broke off. What is the meaning of this? Ao Kuan was still confused and didn't know what he meant. Each strand of my hair can be seen as a person's life and can also be seen as anything. The top half is the past, and the bottom half is the future. That finger just now was your art of destruction. The strand of hair broke because you destroyed it. This item won't exist in the world, so naturally, it won't have a future. Ao Kuan frowned and roughly understood what Zhongsho meant. However, what did this have to do with his destruction Tao? In the next instance, Zhongsho suddenly flicked his finger. An entire strand of hair instantly turned into black dust and scattered. Then, if I destroy this entire strand, what will happen? A.O. Kuen's pupils constricted, and he was totally startled. A moment later, his eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. Erase all traces of the existence of a person or an object in the world. This method is really cruel. However, A.O. Kuen like it. However, this isn't a pure destruction Tao. Zhongsho nodded his head slightly. Naturally, it involves the space-time Tao. I'm just saying it for Brother A.O. to use as a reference. Although he raised such an idea, he himself didn't have high hopes for it. Such a great Tao was actually more difficult than destroying dozens of worlds. Wiping away the traces of an item existing in the world was easier said than done. A.O. Kuen's lips curled up when he heard that. Space-time? Not only that. To grasp such a Tao, the most important thing was cause and effect. Although Zhongsho was a genius, his cultivation was too low and his foresight was lacking. It was just that he, Alcuin, happened to have such a foundation. Only because the cause and effect dragon pellet was snatched away by someone, he had no choice but to walk the destruction Tao. Chapter 687. His gaze changed. A moment later, A.O. Kuen heaved a sigh of relief and smiled as he asked, "Why would you think of such a method out of nowhere?" He felt weird in his heart. If there was no reason, one definitely wouldn't be able to think of such a path. Zhongsho laughed when he heard that. He waved his sleeves, and a silver light flew out. Like an illusion, in the blink of an eye, it was in front of A.O. Kuen's eyes. That sharp intent caused even A.O. Kuen's brow to rise. How quick! At the critical moment, his two fingers casually pinched in front of him. Then, a flying dagger finally appeared in his hand. It shook continuously like it was trying to break free. However, under his suppression, it used up its remaining strength and the entire knife body turned into dust. A.O. Kuen's eyes couldn't help but constrict. This knife was infused with Zhongsho's 9 true dragon sword intent, reaching the peak of the soul realm. However, to him, it wasn't worth mentioning. What he was truly concerned about was the speed of the saber. It was really quick. Naturally, it couldn't hurt him, but it far exceeded the spirit realm. When a flying blade came slashing down, there was a strange feeling. It was as if the space that the blade passed through had been shortened. Thinking about it, A.O. Kuen knew the reason. It is the power of time. So that is the case. It wasn't that the space was shortened, but that the time where the flying knife passed was accelerated. He finally understood why Zhongsho would think of such a suggestion. That's right. What does Brother A.O. think of this knife technique? Zhongsho smiled. These 30 days, with the acceleration of the Book of Ian, it was a full 300 days, close to a year. He wasn't just studying the 7-star Xian lightning book. Actually, most of the time, he was thinking about how to improve this 6-god defensive knife technique. Using the soul to nourish the knife, merging the knife intents, this was the essence of the 6-god defensive knife technique. Along with the Sky Fox illusionary technique, it was even more nimble and able to change directions than Spirit Master sword driving techniques. This 6-godly saber was almost always on target. However, the higher the level, the more powerless this 8th-grade earth-crushing martial art became. The power was sufficient, but every time it hit the opponent, it would consume close to 70 to 80% of its power. It was the same when he fought Jia Mingluo. Even when he was heavily injured, he couldn't kill Jia Mingluo. It had already become chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. Zhongsho had long had the idea of improving this flying knife technique. Now that he was about to break through the heavenly barrier, what he needed the most was a powerful force. With the Book of Ian in hand, he would have more than 10 years. He could complete his accumulation and push some of the absolute techniques that he grasped to their limits. His first choice was the 6-gods defensive blade technique. Using the time acceleration technique that he had recently mastered, it complemented each other perfectly. It was also because he had been thinking about the time technique, which was why when A.O. Kuen asked, he immediately thought about this aspect. Not bad. However, this knife is a little weak and can't take it. Sweeping the powder in his hand, A.O. Kuen frowned. This knife seems to have swept away many changes. Although it is quick, it isn't as nimble as before. Zhongsho smiled helplessly when he heard that. A.O. Kuin's evaluation hit the nail on the head. His grasp of the time path wasn't enough. He could only speed up time on a straight line. Once he changed directions, the speed would drop by several times. Apart from that, it was also because the flying knife was too quick. His spiritual sense was unable to control it in time, so naturally, it wasn't as nimble as before. The material of the flying knife was also a little lacking. His current cloud flame flying knife indeed couldn't take the power of time. He remembered that he had crafted this set of flying knives for 2 years, and now it was already a little outdated. However, at this moment, it could barely be used. Just as he sighed, thinking that this knife technique wasn't worth a mention in the eyes of a grandmaster. A.O. Kun looked over with a weird expression. However, in my eyes, Zhongsho, you are putting the cart before the horse. To pursue extreme speed, and also to keep the changes from before, you are at a disadvantage. With your intellect, Zhongsho, why don't you know that you can't have the best of both worlds? Actually, you just need this knife to be a little faster, just 30% faster. Then no one below Heaven Realm can take a hit from this knife. Zhongsho was startled when he heard that, following which his lips curled up. Thinking about it, he was indeed too greedy. Actually, he had such a plan in his heart. However, he had been hesitating, hoping to perfectly combine the speed and direction-changing ability of the flying knife. A.O. Kuin's words woke him up, and he finally made a decision. With that thought rising up, Zhongsho waved his hand once more. Another silver light slid out from his sleeves. In just an instant, it was in front of A.O. Kuin's eyes. Once again, A.O. Kuin's fingers grabbed onto it. However, this time, there was a clanging sound as the entire blade exploded. That tyrannical sword will rushed out. Although it was instantly smashed by A.O. Kun, a blood wound appeared between his fingers. It was undetectable and instantly healed. A.O. Kun was slightly distracted when he saw that. Even when he gave pointers, he had already predicted the future of this flying knife technique. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. This blade was actually able to injure him. A.O. Kun. Of course, it was because he was caught off guard, and A.O. Kuin's physical body wasn't strong, and his aura wasn't stable. When Zhongsho attacked, he obviously borrowed the power of the King Path. His strength was at the Celestial Realm level. However, the person who attacked wasn't at Heaven Realm. What a quick knife speed. Compared to before, it was at least 50% faster. Zhongsho had obviously given up on all the changes in this knife. The power contained within the knife body was more than double of before. Essence, energy, and spirit merged into one. Strength and knife speed were pretty much a perfect combination. It was like there was also a bit of fate power within. Taking in a deep breath, A.O. Kun asked with a weird expression, "How many of these knives can you make?" Zhongsho was also stunned. After a short while, he came back to his senses. Within a day, I can only make 3 knives. Within 3 months, I can only nurture 5. The key was to control time. It consumed too much energy. The burden on his mind was also really heavy. Essence and energy merged. Chi and spirit merged. As long as he was in his best state and was connected to the heavens, he could only do that. However, he could only maintain it for a short moment. Moreover, there was the power of fate. Even now, he was unable to accurately control it. Moreover, each 6-god knife needed him to spend a large amount of time to nurture it. Only 3 knives? A.O. Kun muttered. His expression was complicated. He was a little disappointed, but also heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, if this knife could be casually shot out, then other people didn't need to live anymore. He thought to himself, as expected from the book of Ian Extreme Life. Zhongsho just studied it a little, and his combat strength increased so much. The time Tao was indeed worthy of being one of the strongest great Tao laws in this world. Originally, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to deal with the tribulation. Now I am at ease. Naturally, A.O. Kun wouldn't think that Zhongsho wouldn't be able to break through that layer. Although it was a tribulation, What he was most worried about was that it was man-made. Naturally, he and Long Ying would deal with those celestial realm and God realm and saint realm people. However, under that, they still had to rely on Zhongsho himself. There were many experts in the Taoist faction. Whether or not the demon sect would stop them was still a question. Although the Sky Demon vast habitat wanted to express goodwill, the demon sect was much more chaotic. However, the demonic Dao sects were even more chaotic than the Taoist Dao sects. So how could they listen to his orders? However, now, each time he thought back to Zhongsho's knife, Ao Kuan felt pity for those people who would be so unlucky as to be the first to fall under this flying dagger. He looked at Zhongsho's soul, and it was close to perfection. He had accumulated enough strength, and once the 18 talismans were completed, then he would break through. Today, he actually came over for that. He wanted to repay Zhongsho's kindness. Who knew that in the end, he would owe him even more? You have 18 talismans now. Are you still lacking 2? When Zhongsho heard this, he looked curiously at Ao Kuan. Naturally, he couldn't hide his current realm from this person. What he didn't understand was why Ao Kuan would mention this matter for no reason. Speaking of this talisman matter, he had been worrying about it recently. Today, in his soul ocean, he had universe, Ian, Yang, lightning, sun, luck, stack, swallow, spit, purify, illusion, life, death, spirit, 16 true talismans. However, the last 2 words had been delayed and hadn't been formed yet. He had a few choices in his heart, but Zhongsho felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he hesitated and didn't choose. After all, this concerned his future achievements in spiritual cultivation, so he had to be careful. In the next moment, he heard Ao Kuan laugh. If you don't have a better choice, then how about the cause and effect talismans? If you want your 6-god defensive knife technique to hit and kill in one knife, you have to work on the cause and effect path. Cause and effect. Zhongsho's expression changed, following which he broke out into laughter. Naturally, he was clear about the weight of the cause and effect path. It was one of the most basic paths in the world, no weaker than the universe. Similar to fate, it was the most indiscernible and indiscernible law in the world. Time, fate, along with cause and effect. Zhongsho also wanted it, but he didn't dare to hope for it. To be able to grasp the universe, the black and white holes, as well as the life and death and luck, he was already very lucky. As for cause and effect, it was far from what he could touch at his current realm. Even if he wanted to comprehend it, he wouldn't be able to. Moreover, cultivators like them relied on the word essence. The talismans in his soul were enough for him to study. He really didn't have much free time along with these 2 paths. Ao Kuan didn't say anything. After smiling, he directly turned around and stepped into the void. He came suddenly, and when he left, it was also really sudden. Zhongsho was just thinking about why this person left so hurriedly. He didn't need to borrow his Book of Ian to take a look, only to see a scroll appear in front of him. Chapter 688. Taking the scroll, Zhongsho felt that it wasn't right. It was soft to the touch, but there was a thin dragon scale on the back that was extremely tough. It was obviously a piece of dragon skin of a high grade. Zhongsho was stunned, thinking to himself, did this come from Ao Kuan himself? Looking closely, he realized that it wasn't. Looking at the appearance, it most probably came from a God Realm dragon. It was less than 30 feet long, but it was made using a condensing technique. It was made by tearing off the entire stomach of a 30,000 feet long giant dragon and using a secret technique to refine it. Moreover, it definitely didn't exceed 3 years. He couldn't help but sweat. As expected from an ancient evil dragon, during these few years, he was alone outside the cloud world. Who knows what bad things this fellow did? In his heart, he was filled with anticipation towards the contents of the scroll. Words carried the Tao, but there were many theories in the world that normal words and paper couldn't take. This was why the materials of the high-grade talismans in the world were so precious. For Ao Kuan to specially use a God Realm dragon skin to craft it, one didn't even need to think to know that the things recorded in the scroll were definitely not ordinary. Flipping it open and taking a look, Zhongsho's pupils constricted. At the top of the scroll, there were only 3 words: cause and effect. Just the 2 words cause and effect took up a full 3 inches of space. At this moment, Zhongsho actually just took a look and he felt annoyed and dizzy. Hurriedly closing it, Zhongsho felt a little better. Following this, he was silent. He knew that Ao Kuan wouldn't come to find him for no reason. Just as Zhongsho was in a daze as he held onto the dragon skin scroll, a voice rang out. At this moment, Ao Kuan was standing outside of the cloud world in the void. The unstable aura around him had already calmed down. The mist on the Dao path had all dissipated thanks to Zhongsho. However, Ao Kuan was still focused on his hands. A tiny withered leaf would appear and disappear from time to time in his hand. For example, Zhongsho could rewind time. They would definitely be surprised to find that the tree beside the palace was missing a leaf or a branch. Maybe even the entire tree didn't exist anymore. In the end, Ao Kuan's hand suddenly clenched and the dry leaf turned to dust. So that is the case. The stronger something is, the more it affects the world, the harder it is to wipe it out. However, this grand Tao did indeed surpass destruction. It is the Tao of existence and destruction. After being slightly absent-minded, Ao Kuan started laughing wildly once more. His voice was hoarse, and his attitude was insane to the extreme. However, if one listened carefully, one would find that there was a hint of sadness in that laughter. He wanted to thank that person who took his cause and effect. He wasted 10,000 years, but due to a coincidence, he grasped the supreme Tao that no one in the past or in the future would be able to achieve. This was the true Tao, and it was unstoppable. Sun and moon came and went, the stars moved. Within the wide stone room, a bit of starlight suddenly flew out. Then, there was a soft thud as it pinned onto a wall. It didn't gather true chi and didn't have martial path intent buffing it. However, just its sharpness alone was able to pierce through the thick stone wall. It also frightened Xiaori, who was playing with little gold. Hanshi, who was just a foot away from the flying knife. Its eyes constricted and its body trembled. It was really clear that Zhongsho's knife was targeted at it. It wasn't injected with time power like in the past. However, this ordinary slash, which didn't even have the slightest bit of true power or soul energy, had almost nailed it to the wall. There was a special power that made Hanshi feel like this knife was destined to stab into its body. It went all out, using its unparalleled movement speed to barely dodge. Opposite it, Zhongsho muttered in annoyance. As expected, I'm still lacking a little. Hanshi only felt that green veins were popping out on its forehead, even though its bug body didn't have such a structure. If it was really hit by this knife, even if it didn't die, it would be heavily injured. However, it knew that Zhongsho was using this to warn it. He could only keep silent and become even more respectful and tamed. His eyes also coincidentally revealed a wronged expression. It knew that its master was someone who liked to be coaxed but not forced. This move worked every time. Zhongsho saw this and felt that it wasn't appropriate to use his spiritual pet to test his knife. He laughed and casually waved his hand to summon back the flying knife. At this moment, a year had passed since the battle with the night demons. Zhongsho's few spiritual pets had improved by quite a bit, especially Hanshi and Little Gold. He thought that the black demon gold from Jia Mingluo was useless. However, these two fellows treated it like a delicacy. In a year, Hanshi directly advanced to grade 9. The 6 silver fire soldier ants also reached grade 8. Little Gold also showed signs of breaking through to spirit realm. The lightning winged dragon was his natural protector beast. Their minds were connected, and their growth was pretty much the same as his. Since Zhongsho obtained the 7-star Xian Lightning Manual, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of grade 9 realm. As long as he broke through the heaven barrier, they could both advance to spirit realm. As for Xiaori, it had the body of a Qilin and had a few thousand years of lifespan. Many bloodline abilities that needed a certain amount of time to obtain had already been grasped. It was born from eating energy. The more king energy it absorbed from Zhongsho, the stronger it got. Its strength would also grow faster. Just now, Zhongsho was experimenting with this cause and effect technique. He used up close to 50% of his soul power. He first set an effect that would definitely hit, and then there would be a cause. The moment the flying knife left his hand, there was a change that exceeded his expectations. A path that was exquisite to the max, an arc that followed the laws of heaven and earth. It was enough to make any martial path master's mouth agape. If he wasn't clear that this knife came from him, Zhongsho would most probably think that this was a knife from a celestial realm or even god realm cultivator. In the end, although Hanshi barely dodged it, this outcome made Zhongsho's heart surge. Saying that sentence was more to cover up and calm down his emotions. There were indeed many flaws in this slash. He wasn't familiar with the control of cause and effect. He was still unable to perfectly stack the power of cause and effect and the power of fate. Moreover, the consumption was a little too huge. If he added in the power of time, the three laws would be combined on the knife. Then, this full-strength knife would be enough to suck him dry. Thinking about that, Zhongsho shook his head. It was best if he used this flying knife technique less in the future. He would only use it when he was in danger or when he confirmed that the surroundings were safe. If not, although this knife could injure the enemy, he would also become a piece of trash. Chapter 689. He temporarily couldn't use the three laws together, but he could split them up. Time Blade and Cause and Effect Blade, along with Fate Power, any one of them was enough to kill experts below Heaven Realm. He was confident that if Jiaming Luo was still here, one blade would be able to heavily injure him and even kill him on the spot. Even if he could only use 3 blades a day, it was already amazing. A full 12 years, apart from 3 years of body training and 1 year of comprehending the 7-star Xian Lightning Book, I used the 6-star martial arts and 6-star martial arts. It wasn't a loss for me to use the cause and effect laws and the 6-god defensive knife technique. Zhongsho used a full 5 years to barely get started with the cause and effect theory that Ao Kuan left. Then, he used another 3 years to use it on the 6-god flying knife. At this moment, within Zhongsho's soul ocean, the 18 talismans were all gathered. Apart from the original 16 talismans, there was also cause and effect. It was still at the true talisman stage. Looking at it, it was even a little incomplete. However, it pushed Zhongsho's soul to the grade 9 peak realm. His soul power was like an ocean, vast and majestic. However, correspondingly, his martial path progress was a little faster. Using the black mysterious iron sand to train his body day and night, Zhongsho only used 3 years to train his body to the extreme of Heaven Realm. He also merged the last 4 heaven veins into his body to reach the peak of grade 9. In the remaining few years, Zhongsho spent most of his time comprehending the cause and effect theory that Ao Kuan left. His martial path didn't slow down at all. He continued to polish his chakra meridians and various acupoints to nourish his energy. Step by step, he pushed his physical body and true qi to a perfect level. At this stage, Zhongsho finally understood why there were so many grade 9 experts in the world who had enough ability to advance. However, why did they have to drag it out at this realm? They were afraid that their foundations weren't perfect and thick enough, which would affect their future cultivation. Even if there was only a small flaw, it was still unbearable. Zhongsho was the same. He wished he had more time. However, his lifespan was about to end, and he didn't have any more mind stones to support the Book of Ian. His foundation was already incomparably solid. Every step forward would require 8 to 10 years. It was not worth it. Apart from that, the spiritual wave was just around the corner. At most, it would explode within a year and a half. At this moment, the cloud world could even accommodate spirit realm experts. If he didn't break through the heavenly barrier in the next few years, he wouldn't be able to do it. If he pushed his cultivation to the spirit realm, it would be even more difficult in the future. If it was not necessary, Zhongsho really did not want to borrow Tsang Xingdao's power. Suddenly, The sound of a bell rang from outside the stone hall. Zhongsho raised his eyebrows. He knew that it was time for the court meeting to begin. Every time this happened, his father would prepare to go to the Qinzheng Hall to discuss government affairs with the officials. However, when it was Zhongsho, this rule was abandoned. Although it wasn't that he didn't care about anything, Zhongsho had already spent a full 3 months in this newly built cultivation room. In other words, during these 3 months, he didn't deal with any government affairs. At this moment, he also didn't plan to bother. Especially today, he was even more unwilling to go over. Zhongsho sat quietly in the center of the stone hall and was in deep thought. His brows were locked tightly. Moments later, his brows relaxed and he made a decision. Forget it. The path of giving up, only by giving up can one gain. Although this true talisman is beneficial to me, in the end, it isn't as good as the path of destiny. Since that is the case, then why do I have to hesitate and not make a decision? With a thought rising up, the spirit word, true talisman, in Zhongsho's soul instantly exploded. It turned into numerous pieces. However, just as these broken runes were about to merge into his soul ocean, within Zhongsho's soul, the yin and yang talismans suddenly gave out a bright light and absorbed all the true talismans. Zhongsho was startled. This was a change that he didn't expect before this. His brows furrowing, Zhongsho looked on carefully. He felt that the yin and yang talismans didn't become stronger because of this, and there was also nothing wrong with it, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He thought to himself that most of the laws in the world could be merged into the yin and yang talismans. If he knew that this was the case, he would have perfected the spirit word and waited for it to merge into it. He was too anxious. Luckily, its foundations weren't damaged, and in the future, he just needed to spend some time to repair it. In the next instance, with a thought from Zhongsho, there was a change within his soul ocean. A life talisman formed in an instant and joined the 18 true talismans. Because the spirit word seal was broken, his soul that was slightly damaged instantly recovered to its previous perfect state. The fate word corresponded with it, and the entire soul ocean was like a tsunami, spreading and expanding outwards. A moment later, Zhongsho opened his eyes once more. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his eyes. After a long while, it slowly calmed down. The fate word talisman formed and still didn't cause any changes. However, Zhongsho could clearly feel that his control of the power of fate had become much stronger. In the past, he could only change the future for a period of time. At this moment, when he looked at the few armor-protecting soul beasts beside him, he seemed to be able to roughly guess what these little fellows would face in the future. The images were chaotic and unclear, changing and hard to determine. There were numerous possibilities. As expected, fate wasn't fixed and wasn't something that couldn't be changed. Zhongsho took a few more looks. Before he was able to accurately see a portion of the future, he felt that his lifespan and soul power were disappearing at a shocking speed. Slightly shocked, Zhongsho stopped and then gave out a self-mocking laugh. It seemed like although he looked calm on the surface, he still cared about fate in his heart. Unfortunately, the consumption of lifespan was a little too huge. No wonder those famous divination masters in history had extremely short lifespans, and there weren't many who lived long. Moreover, no one was able to use such a direct method to see the future. Based on what he knew, even end-realm experts who didn't age and didn't die were really careful about this. One could see that the price was really huge. However, as expected, the fate and fate laws needed to be merged together to be able to truly grasp the power of fate. He formed a seal with his hands, his fingers intersecting as he led a thread of soul power into the life talisman. It intersected and stretched out like many spiritual patterns. This was the technique he comprehended from the book of In Extreme Life. To seal this life talisman, he would lose the ability to see the future as the price. Instead, it would strengthen his grasp of the fate around him in a short period of time. He would be able to be really precise in that short moment. As time went on, it would become more and more blurry. This method could accurately control the power of fate and had an effect similar to Chu Shui's combat martial body. Naturally, The precision mentioned here was only relative and couldn't be truly accurate. The future had numerous variables, and Zhong Shou could only see the tens of possibilities with the highest probability. As for Chu Shui's intuition, when it reached the extreme, it would definitely not be wrong. Once the seal was formed, Zhong Shou started to try. However, after a short 2 hours, Zhong Shou stopped with a green face. This time it wasn't because of exhaustion, but because his head felt really dizzy. Almost at every moment, there were countless possibilities and countless scenes flashing through his mind. Although Zhong Shou's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit realm, he still felt powerless. However, he still felt powerless. He felt like his head was about to explode. It was incomparably unbearable. At the start, he tried to sense the changes within 1,000,000 feet in the next breath. Then, he decisively retracted. Only at 1/60th of an instant was he able to barely hold on. However, what use could he have in such a short time? Zhong Shou's lips curled up, and he was slightly disappointed. Another useless technique that was tasteless. It didn't increase his strength at all. Maybe in the future, when he grasped more of the fate laws, or when his brain was strong enough to take on many futures, the situation would be slightly better. However, he had no choice now. Luckily, he didn't have much hope for this technique. As long as he could grasp the power of fate more accurately, he would be satisfied. Casually waving his hand, a light suddenly shot out from his sleeves. Hanshi in the distance. It was prepared and immediately dodged. Its 6 pairs of silver wings flapped as it swiftly turned and dodged. However, in the end, it still wasn't able to dodge that light. Just as it was grumbling in its heart, it felt a light knock on its head. When he looked at it again, he realized that it was just an ordinary black mysterious iron sand. Different from before, the grade 9 cloud flame knives that Zhong Shou crafted didn't do any damage to it all. However, it was still shocked, its eyes filled with wariness as it looked towards Zhong Shou. If it was any other spiritual artifact, it would have lost its life. It couldn't see through this master anymore. It also didn't have the courage to go up against him. Zhong Shou's lips curled up and knew that his flying knife technique had finally succeeded. Not only could it be combined with the 6-god defensive knife technique, but it could also be combined with other sword techniques and spells. After 12 years of bitter cultivation, there was finally a successful outcome. Laughing out loud, Zhong Shou stood up and stepped out of the room. Coincidentally, it was noon and the sunlight was eye-piercing. Within the Jinshin Hall, a bell rang out once more. A total of 6 bells rang out throughout the entire Gantian Mountain City. Zhong Shou listened for a moment before he sighed in disappointment. As expected, it was this old man who was chosen as the prime minister. At this moment, it was close to 5 years since he built the meeting hall. Rimbua's term as prime minister was about to end. The results of this change were as expected. Unfortunately, the time that Zhang Huai had joined Gantian Mountain was too short. His experience was too shallow, and he didn't have the right to compete with Rimbua. As for the others, they weren't as good as this old man. Thinking about it carefully, if he allowed Rimbua to go to the meeting hall, the situation would be even worse. This was why Zhong Shou directly gave up on the idea of pulling Rimbua down. He could only exclaim in his heart that he needed to be careful of his money for 5 years. The country really didn't have any virtuous ministers. Chapter 690. Rubbing his temples with a headache, Zhong Shou flew up 3,000 feet above the mountain peak. He looked down at Gantian Mountain City from above. One could see that the entire city had expanded by half a size as compared to a year ago. The city walls that were being built before were obviously smaller. They were surrounded by numerous houses. The second outer wall was already being built. The city protecting spiritual formation was being set up once more. Luckily, at this moment, the entire Donglin cloud continent had calmed down. Under the suppression of 4 million troops, all the cities in Donglin didn't have any wars for a full year. With the prestige of the Battle of 7 Cloud Mountain, no one dared to provoke Gantian Mountain. The entire Gantian Mountain could be said to be peaceful. The only thing that made Zhong Shou unhappy was that the green wind stone paths that he invested in started to have profits. In a short year, he earned close to 300 grade 9 mind stones. During this year, there wasn't such a good thing. The slightly decent large cities in the Cloud Continent were all renovating their roads. They were guarding against him like he was a thief. Even if he took over the road rights, the price was huge. How preposterous! Actually, he just charged a little more and the years were a little longer. Those clear windstone paths were still really well built. Luckily, what you lose on the swings you gain on the roundabouts. There were many stone paths. The blacksmithing shops and carriage businesses in his hands were slowly becoming popular. The dozens of horse farms in Donglin Cloud Continent could sell over 100,000 grade 2 mounts each month. They also earn a lot. Apart from that, the merchant tax also increased greatly. In the past, a cloud crossing carriage with 8 grade 2 mounts needed at least 1.5 months to travel from west to east. However, today, it only needed 25 days to arrive. This was because there were many green windstone paths in the east that weren't completed. If they were all connected, then in just 10 days, one would be able to see the cloud ocean in the east. At this moment, looking at the few city gates, there were numerous carriages carrying various goods, entering and exiting. At least 10% of all the merchant tax would go into his treasury. The current Donglin already had the atmosphere of the prosperous era 10,000 years in the future. From the looks of it, I still underestimated myself. Who knew that I, Zhongsho, would be able to rule this country so well? Zhongsho was a little proud, but he had forgotten that he had not been involved in political affairs for 2 to 3 years. He did not hesitate to take the credit of the cabinet secretaries. He remembered that when he took over Gantian Mountain, he was pretty much broke. But now, just the annual tax revenue was equivalent to the income of 10 or 20 high-grade spirit stone veins. This didn't include Huizhou under Zhang Huai's rule. Then he frowned and looked down. A giant dragon could be seen leisurely swimming through the clouds with a large group of grade 9 flood dragons. This was the Een dragon that had forced its way into the Avicii throne uninvited 2 years ago. However, at this moment, his appearance had changed. Although his body was still illusionary, it was white in color. The scales on his body were like the silver-white flames of Hanshi, filled with a pure and holy feeling. That thick, vengeful energy was nowhere to be seen. Not only this giant dragon, but the other flood dragons were the same. At this moment, even Zhongsho didn't know whether or not they were considered Een dragons. If they weren't, then what kind of dragon race were they? He had invited Ao Kuan over to take a look, but this Saint Realm expert had a weird expression. He only said that this Een dragon had merged its soul mark with the source of the Avicii throne. Although he could forcefully take it out, he would definitely heavily damage this country protecting God artifact, so there was nothing he could do about it. After which, Zhongsho was helpless and was prepared to ask the Buddhist faction for help. However, he was stopped by Kong Rue. According to the new Imperial Astrology Junior Supervisor, this beast was the country protecting Saint Beast and was connected to the country's fate and luck. Zhongsho still didn't understand how a thing that took over a nest became the country protecting Saint Beast. He didn't see this fellow do anything. It either stayed in the Avicii throne and didn't come out, or it roamed the clouds and sunbathed. Speaking of which, it was weird. This dragon's body was huge, 100,000 feet long. However, each time it appeared on the Gantian Mountain peak, there was no movement at all. There were less than 10 people in Gantian Mountain who could sense its presence. It was formless and traceless. This could be considered one of the natural abilities of the mysterious Een dragon. However, the problem was that the one in front of him was shining with a bright silver light. Its scales were extremely eye-catching. That giant dragon head passed by his side, not bothering about Zhongsho at all. Xiaori, who was standing on Zhongsho's shoulder, raised its claws and cried out, like it was warmly greeting this dragon. That silver-white, giant dragon finally turned its head. It opened its mouth and roared as a reply. When the dragon opened its mouth, a wind blew and sound waves surged. Xiaori was perfectly fine, but Zhongsho was blown backwards, his hair messy. His lips twitched. Zhongshoxin had the thought of pulling out the tendons and skinning the giant dragon. However, When he compared its size and the aura that was tens of times stronger than him, Zhongsho was smart enough to suppress such thoughts. Since Ao Kun wasn't willing to help, then he could only compromise. In the future, when he stepped into the celestial realm, he would take revenge. Scoffing coldly, Zhongsho flew into the air and left Gantian Mountain City. A moment later, he was dozens of miles away. It was where the army camp was. Not only was it not abandoned, but it had expanded by a lot. Looking out, one could see that roughly 1,000 feet above the ground, there were a total of 8 giant boats lined up in an orderly manner. The long ones were 1,000,000 feet, and the short ones were 50,000 feet. 6 of them were floating in the air. The other 2 were held up in the air by huge wooden brackets. At this moment, there were hundreds of spirit masters who were busy around the 2 space ships. They were either rebuilding the ship, repairing the damaged areas, or setting up spiritual formations. It is rare to see ruler. You're willing to come over to take a look. When this voice landed, a person suddenly appeared beside Zhongsho. It was Tianqi. At this moment, he was smiling and in a good mood. Out of these 8 space ships, 6 have been completed. As for the other 2, at most 2 months, they can be completed. Even these 2 Broken Knight demon ships, Tianqi can guarantee with my life that after they are repaired, their combat strength will be much stronger than before. With sect leader in charge, what can Zhongsho be worried about? Zhongsho nodded slightly, glancing at this person and then smiling. I heard that 2 months ago your Kongqi sect opened up and accepted disciples. As for the number of disciples they have accepted, there are a total of 100,000. Chapter 691. I heard that 2 months ago your Kongqi sect opened up and accepted disciples. There are close to 100,000 of them. If it was other people, Tianqi would suspect that there was some deeper meaning to those words. However, Zhongsho was really at ease. He knew that it was just a simple question. Even if he was unhappy, he wouldn't do anything. Instantly, a gleam of glee flashed across his eyes. The spiritual wave is imminent. So how can our Kongqi sect not make preparations? Our sect and Gantian Mountain are in the same boat. However, we have fewer and fewer spiritual blacksmiths, so we have to increase our manpower. I think the ruler has some thoughts about this. The important thing was that the current Kongqi sect was able to provide for so many disciples. Kueizhou had hundreds of mines, and in this year, Donglin Cloud Continent had many more large-sized mines. This monster king didn't occupy it alone. As long as one followed behind him, they would be able to obtain many benefits. This was why his Kongqi sect had over 10 more mines under their name. Now, he was only worried that there weren't enough people with spirit master talents. Out of these 100,000 disciples, if 2,000 could enter the inner sect of Kongqi's sect, he would be satisfied. Kongqi's sect had been passed down for 10,000 years, but in his hands, it was slowly becoming stronger. To say that there weren't enough spiritual blacksmiths was true. Today, Gantian Mountain needed more and more high-grade spiritual artifact armors and weapons. The need for low-grade spiritual artifacts also didn't decrease. Since Zhongsho announced those decrees a few years ago, the number of martial artists and spiritual cultivators gathered in Gantian Mountain increased by the day. The entire country was filled with martial arts. Pretty much every month, there would be hundreds and thousands of Xiantian masters as well as out-of-body spirit masters who would report to the cities under Gantian Mountain. These experts who surged out like volcanoes. Their desire for a spiritual artifact made the tens of thousands of Kongqi sect disciples feel like they couldn't handle it. At this moment, in this world, if there was anything that could make Tianqi feel worried, it would be it. Only the artifact crafting businesses under Zhongsho, as well as the few Mahis sects that suddenly appeared in Donglin. Fox race people, as long as their bloodline wasn't too weak, were basically all natural-born spirit masters. The blacksmiths under Zhongsho's control were not only from the Fox race, because when he ascended the throne a few years ago, he had already begun to nurture them. At this time, although Zhongsho did not have any blacksmiths under his name, there were many of them. A total of 30,000, no less than Kongqi's sect. Moreover, since the Shui clan was annihilated, the Fox clan's vassal clans had submitted to Zhongshou, and this number had increased to almost 40,000. As a monarch, it was impossible for him to rely on only one family. He had to have a plan to keep them in check. Therefore, although Tianqi was afraid of this, he did not dare to say anything. The ones that truly gave him a headache were the Mahis sects. Most of them moved over from the Central Cloud continent, and their businesses flourished. It was truly infuriating. The only thing that comforted him was that the Pill Fountain sect was also having the same troubles as them. Zhongshou broke out into a laugh and didn't reply. He also knew that not long ago, the Kongqi sect and the Pill Spring sect had joined hands to provoke the Assembly Hall to ban the competing sections. Unfortunately, in the end, they had failed. No one was willing for these two sects to monopolize the pill and artifact business of Gantian Mountain. At this moment, Tianqi was recruiting 100,000 disciples, not only because they lacked spirit blacksmiths. Stepping in the air, Zhongshou flew to where the 8 spaceships were. He looked up and down, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. These grade 9 energy-destroying crossbows are all prepared. 8 spatial shuttles meant a total of 400 class 9 energy-destroying divine crossbows. He thought that Kongqi sect would at least need to wait until the end of the year to complete it. This is all thanks to Administrator Zhang. Huizhou now produces many spiritual ores, and it is enough for our needs. When Tianqi mentioned the 3 words Administrator Zhang, there was a hint of admiration in his tone. However, more of it was pride. Roughly 3 months ago, our Kongqi sect had 7 spirit realm elders return from the outer region. Zhongshou's brow rose up when he heard that. He wasn't surprised. Originally, the mysterious cloud spiritual house could take in 2 initial spirit realm cultivators. At this moment, the spiritual wave was getting stronger. Not to mention 7, even 9 or 10 were enough. As for the Administrator Zhang, in Tianyi's words, he was referring to Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai's current official position was Country Advisor, Gantian Mountain Meeting Member, and Huizhou Administrator. These official titles were neither fish nor fowl, but they were a last resort. A state could have a provincial governor. However, Gantian Mountain only had 6 states, which was why each province only had 1 provincial governor. The administrator was just a temporary position to manage Huizhou. In a year or 2, when stabilized, it could be abolished. Nodding his head slightly, Zhongshou didn't bother about these few spaceships. Then, he turned around and walked towards the south. This camp stretched hundreds of miles and could at most house 2 million troops. When Zhongshou passed through the heavy spiritual formations, he saw that not far away, there were 2,000-man cavalry forces using wooden blades as soldiers. They were fighting in a wilderness filled with wild grass. One side was the Blood Cloud cavalry, 1,000 of them. They were all dragon-horned winged horses and covered in blood armor. The other side was covered in silver-white armor. Pretty much all of them were fox race people. There were more of them, reaching 2,000. They were all grade for cavalry beasts. Thousands of Xian flame golden Qilin beasts stepped on flames, giving off a blazing aura. Although they were at a disadvantage, they could barely defend and didn't show any signs of weakness. Pretty much every one of them could cause a Blood Cloud cavalry to fall off their horse. Tianqi followed closely behind him as he stepped forward. He followed Zhongshou's gaze and looked over. His eyes were filled with a weird expression as he laughed. "Congratulations, ruler. It seems like this strong army will be formed soon. Our Gantian Mountain will have 1 more pillar." Pillar? Zhongshou's brows rose up, his eyes filled with unhappiness. This brand new Black Fox Iron Cavalry was formed by combining the strengths of several factions. Blood Cloud Cavalry, Common People's Mysterious Dragon Warriors, Xiang Family Iron Cavalry, Great Qin Iron Cavalry, a total of 4 strong Dao soldiers. All the members were grade 6 experts chosen from the various fox races. However, the outcome wasn't what he wanted. He had spent several months meticulously designing the armor. He also spent many months to deduce the support cultivation method. However, Facing the Blood Cloud cavalry, he could only fight one against one. Sometimes he couldn't even do it. They looked like their combat strength was similar, but the Black Fox Iron Cavalry were all grade 6 cultivators, and most of them had been through hundreds of battles in the outer region. Within the Blood Cloud cavalry, 30% of them were still grade 5. They hadn't even used the Blood Cloud technique. He had thought too much. As expected, this invincible Dao soldier could only be perfected after going through numerous battles. Tianqi noticed the disappointment on Zhongshuo's face. Apart from being shocked, he also didn't understand. In his eyes, this Black Fox Iron Cavalry wasn't as strong as the Blood Cloud Cavalry. However, out of all the grade 6 Dao soldiers, they were above average. Even compared to the Dao soldiers of the 5 shrines, they were only slightly weaker. The Blood Cloud Cavalry had many restrictions. Although Gantia Mountain had a Blood Hero God iron mine, it was tough to refine it. The crafting of the spiritual armor was also tough. On the contrary, the armor and weapons of the Black Fox Cavalry weren't limited by materials. There were numerous spiritual materials that could be used as replacements. As long as Zhongshuo was willing, within 3 to 5 years, they could expand to 7,000. This strength was already really amazing. After the 7 Cloud Mountain battle, pretty much all the big countries and sects were paying attention to Huaxiao Mountain. They were all paying attention to Kong Yao's million-strong army in Huizhou. The 6,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry increased to 50,000 Big Dipper Sword soldiers and Big Dipper Crossbow soldiers. There were also more and more elite soldiers who broke through to grade 3 and grade 4. However, they didn't know that in Donglin Cloud Continent, Gantian Mountain City, another powerful Dao soldier that was also at grade 6 and was destined to be famous in the world was quietly being formed. It is best to stop the grade 6 armor that we ordered. When these words entered his ears, Tianqi was shocked as he looked at Zhongshuo. At this moment, although Kongqi Sect's artifact crafting business was really busy. However, the ones with the highest profits were still the high-grade spiritual artifacts that Gantian Mountain made. Then he calmed down. Tianqi didn't believe that Zhongshuo would give up on such a strong grade 6 Dao soldier. Zhongshuo crossed his arms in front of his chest and was deep in thought. In his heart, he was thinking about the document that was hidden in his sleeves. It was from Kong Yao, saying that Nanfeng Yu dynasty was forming alliances to unify the strength of the various islands. It was similar to the Thousand City Alliance in Donglin, just that it was more loose. The position and use of the Great Yu dynasty was much stronger than that of Longxiang City, although this island alliance treaty couldn't threaten Gantian Mountain. However, once the various cities locked down Donglin, it would affect the ocean trade tax. This was why Kong Yao requested in the document to lead troops to attack the southeast states of the Central Cloud Continent. Firstly, it was to calm the hearts of the surrounding island powers. Secondly, it was to draw the snake out of its hole to lure Great Yu to attack Huizhou. During these few days, although Zhongshuo hadn't replied. However, in his heart, he had already approved of Kong Yao's plan. However, this woman really loved to fight. No wonder people would say that Kong Yao was an ominous star. Even her father said that her vengeful energy was too strong. She had just stopped for a year, and she had already set her sights on Nanfeng Cloud Continent. With this woman as the commander, he really didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for Gantia Mountain. At this moment, what he was hesitating about was whether to hand the Black Fox Iron Cavalry in front of him to Kong Yao's hands or use them in the outer region. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhongshuo's expression changed slightly as he looked towards the east. He tossed aside all his thoughts. At this moment, Tianqi's face was ashen white as he looked in that direction. What strong netherworld energy! It wasn't any weaker than when Zhongshuo used the Styx River Death Sword. Zhongshuo's gaze changed again and again. He roughly knew where the netherworld energy exploded out from. 9 Death Witch, she has finally appeared. He actually heaved a sigh of relief. This time bomb had finally exploded. Luckily, it wasn't when he was breaking through the heaven barrier. Sighing slightly, Zhongshuo raised up the royal demon god shuttle and smashed the space. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away as he flew towards the east. This was a problem that he had personally planted. In the end, he had to solve it himself. Chapter 692. Just as Zhongsho was flying towards the barracks outside of the city, Rimbo was sitting in a carriage and coming down from Zheng'an Peak. The glow in his eyes didn't reduce. Instead, it was much sharper than a few years ago. However, at this moment, Rimbo's eyes were looking at the sky outside the window. He could see a giant silver-white, long ing moving its body in the cloud layer, rolling and roaming in the sky. It is silver-white in color, however, it doesn't have a physical body. It is so free. Sometimes I really envy this beast. 2 months ago, he could already see this 100,000-foot-long ing. However, till now, he still wasn't sure what it was. It looked like a platinum dragon. However, its aura wasn't as sharp and it didn't have a physical body. He said that it was a Xianin dragon. However, its bright scale armor was majestic and noble, without any evil aura at all. Who knows whether this giant dragon was friend or foe, whether it had any bad intentions towards Gantian Mountain. Shaking his head, Rimbo retracted his gaze and asked his nephew beside him, "Can you see it?" Rin Tianxing was also looking. However, his eyes were filled with loss. "Forgive my poor eyesight. I really don't know where that giant dragon is." In his heart, he was already thinking, was his uncle really muddle-headed? Rimbo frowned and didn't say anything. He had already asked tens of people this question. Dozens of people said yes. However, in the end, it proved that these people were just trying to get on his good side and saying things that weren't true. As for the other people, they didn't know what was going on. At this moment, even his own nephew denied that he really couldn't see it. Either he, Rinbo, was really dim-sighted due to old age, or there was another reason. However, how could it be fake when it was so real? He had already proven numerous times that this wasn't an illusion. Rimbo couldn't help but think back to what Kong Rue said. This was the country protecting Saint Beast. Squinting his eyes, Rimbo shook his head. He flipped through the history books and those divination books, but he had never seen such a term before. He only heard that the 5 vast habitats had their own protector saint beasts. If he didn't know the truth, he would have thought that this long ing was a trick that Kong Rue came up with to fool people. Although this beast had never caused any trouble, it was not controlled by humans and was ultimately a hidden danger. Jun Shang probably thought so too. Thinking of Zhongsho, Rimbo's expression turned gloomy and he smiled bitterly. That child was probably really sick of him this time. For such a big matter like the cabinet meeting, they actually didn't even show their faces. It could be seen how much they despised him. His original intention was to protect the foundation of the late king and Zhongsho. Last year, he submitted the memorial because he did not want Zhongsho to destroy the country that he had built with his own hands. The kindness of recognizing my worth should be repaid with a ring. Rin Tianxing knew what his uncle was thinking, but when he saw the situation, he didn't think much of it. In my opinion, Uncle is overthinking things this time. If Jun Shang was really annoyed by what happened a year ago, why would he nominate you to form the cabinet? The position of Prime Minister needed the recognition of more than half of the people in the meeting. However, one needed Zhongsho's nomination to have the rights. The few people who were in the election were just there for show. To Rimbo, they didn't pose a threat at all. He was a bystander and had served Gantian Mountain for 2 years, so he roughly knew Zhongsho's personality. Based on what his junior brother said, Jun Shang probably just didn't want to give up his face. Although he was a benevolent ruler, sometimes he was as stubborn as a kid. Thinking about that, Ren Tianxing's lips curled up. Such a ruler was really interesting. Moreover, Jun Shang is wise and won't affect country matters because of one person's preferences. Even if he hates Uncle, there's no need to worry. If it was other people, they would naturally be worried. After all, being with a ruler was like being with a tiger. However, since it was Zhongsho, Ren Tianxing instinctively felt at ease. Rimbo's brows rose up, following which he sighed leisurely. In his heart, he actually treated Zhongsho as his junior and nephew. He had been in charge of Gantian Mountain for close to 20 years, and personally watched Zhong Shou grow up. When he was young, he made one worry, but then he turned into a dragon and stood proudly in the sky. The cloud-crossing carriage suddenly stopped. Just as Rinbo was feeling weird, he saw a 70-year-old old man hurriedly walk in. It was the butler who had followed him for many years. He entered the carriage and bowed. "Family head Bing, Temple head Bailing is asking to meet you. He said that he wants to thank family head for your kindness. I don't dare to act on my own." As he said that, he respectfully handed over a gift box in his hand. Rinbo didn't take it, expressionlessly looking out of the carriage window once more, only to see a few Taoists standing in front of the carriage. The one at the front was dressed in white, giving off an elegant aura. He seemed to have noticed Rinbo's gaze and bowed slightly with a smile on his face. Prime Minister Ren's memorial a year ago saved millions of lives of our Taoist faction. Baiyin Temple head Zigue represents our Taoist faction colleagues to thank you for your kindness. I have something to ask of you. Can you meet with us to discuss? Our Bailing Temple will repay you after this and won't disappoint you. Rinbo's eyes constricted, following which he laughed coldly. He directly took the gift box and tossed it out of the carriage window. Scram. His tone was firm, not leaving any room for negotiation, filled with disgust. On the other hand, Ren Tianxing sucked in a cold breath, only to see the gift box open outside the window. Suddenly, dozens of grade 9 mind stones fell to the ground. His sincerity was really great. Even he felt that it was a pity. The old servant knew Rumbo's intentions and backed out of the carriage without saying a word. Then, the carriage slowly moved forward once more. Ren Tianxing's expression turned slightly solemn. He tossed those grade 9 mind stones to the back of his head and asked solemnly, "Uncle, did ruler call me back to conquer the outer region?" For no reason at all, he was called back from Huizhou. Thinking about it, Ren Tianxing could only think about this matter. On the way back, he was worried about this matter. However, the moment these words were said, he frowned. Zigue? Where did he hear this name before? The cloud-crossing carriage traveled in a neither fast nor slow manner. In just a moment, they were thousands of feet away. Zigue stood on the side of the road. His expression was indifferent and cold as he watched Rinbo's carriage disappear around the corner of the street. Only at this moment did he casually reach out. He kept all the mind stones on the ground into his sleeves. Then, his face was filled with a smile. They all said that Prime Minister Ren is really straightforward. Today I see that it is true. There was even a hint of admiration in his words. It was like he wasn't annoyed by Rumbo's words at all. The other Taoists beside didn't understand. This doesn't seem like your personality. It doesn't seem like it. Zigue was really casual. If it was someone else, I would kill him with one sword just because of that sentence. However, this person saved millions of lives with just one sentence. No matter what the reason is, I have to give in to him. As he said that, Zigue suddenly turned his head and looked at another Taoist in a green shirt. This person was really ordinary, his aura was really simple. If one didn't pay attention, one would think that he was a normal person. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to sense the spirituality and elegance hidden under that simplicity. At this moment, this Taoist was looking into the sky like he was observing something, but he didn't gain anything. Thus, his eyes were filled with confusion. Zigue looked towards where he was looking, only to see a blue sky with nothing at all. He didn't understand. Senior brother Qingming, do you feel that there is something over there? Qingming's brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't speak for a moment. In the end, he shook his head, speaking of which it is weird. Just now, I felt that there was the aura of a saint beast. Junior brother, please excuse me. Saint beast? Zigue was stunned. As expected, he looked towards Qingming with a weird expression. Any saint beast needed to be in the form of a soul to be worshipped by the pure thoughts of numerous cultivators. It was similar to a god. The crafting method was really strict. Out of the few factions, only Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism grasped it. Even their Taoist faction had billions of disciples who had the heart to protect the Tao. However, they only raised 3 God Realm Protector, Saint Beast to protect Dowling vast habitat. Under Gantian Mountain, there were enough cultivators. However, in terms of pure thoughts, one could only laugh and not say anything. Be it martial cultivator or spirit master, once one's strength reached a certain level, one would naturally hate restrictions, especially royalty. Even in Gantian Mountain, where the people's hearts were so united, there was no way to form saint beasts. Maybe my spiritual sense made a mistake. Qingming didn't care. Then, he looked at the street in front of him with a shocked expression. The first feeling that Gantian Mountain gave him was that it was clean and tidy. After that, flowers blossomed like a brocade. Not only Gantian Mountain City, but a large portion of Donglin Cloud Continent was filled with life. A year ago, the vast habitat sent a message for me to return quickly. At that time, I didn't think much of it. A junior, a small monster king. Why did he have to do that? He was making a mountain out of a molehill. Only now did I know that this Gantian Mountain Monster King had to be wiped out. We need to be really careful and go all out. Ziguwei kept silent. He was in the same situation as Qingming. At the start, he was filled with disdain. However, only after he returned did he realize that the current Dowling vast habitat had made an enemy that they had to get rid of. The people are rich and the country is peaceful. However, the martial arts are flourishing. The Great Path is spread in all directions, and merchants are everywhere. This place is even more prosperous than the Mid-Plains. This is a scene that I haven't seen in 500 years. Ziguwei took in a deep breath, pausing for a moment before he opened his mouth. However, I also heard that this was due to Rembu's efforts in ruling the country. The moment he said that, Qingming asked, "Do you really believe those words?" Ziguwei instantly kept silent. He didn't believe those words either. What a joke! Those Confucians in the Central Cloud Continent only heard rumors. If they didn't agree with him, they would be seen as going against the Tao. They actually still see Donglin as a barbaric land. Qingming said while laughing coldly. Although I don't know how to rule the country, that person was able to rule 6 states at 20 years of age. He has millions of troops under him, good governance, and peaceful people. How could such a person be a mediocre ruler? Chapter 693. Although I don't know how to rule, that person was able to rule 6 states at 20 years old. He has millions of troops under him, good governance, and peaceful people. How can such a person be a mediocre ruler? Don't let the Confucian faction teachers hear that. Ziguwei sighed when he heard that. Actually, just looking at Gantian Mountain City, the ability of the ruler couldn't be underestimated. He was also really clear about the strength of the night demons. Even if it was just a remnant army, it was enough to destroy a small world. For Gantian Mountain to be able to go up against them for several months and even wipe them out was really shocking. We are like fire and water with Gantian Mountain. Wu Su is to blame, taking revenge with grievances, being short-sighted and not worthy of being the ruler of the vast habitat. He let out a cold snort with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ziguwei's brows rose as he looked into the distance, only to see that at the corner of the street, a muscular person was also looking over. He was 12 feet tall, with the waist of a bear and back of a tiger, like a mountain as he stood there. In Gantian Mountain City, there were many muscular and tall cultivators. The person in front of him was mixed in the crowd and wasn't really eye-catching. Ziguwei noticed this person right away. First, a killing intent appeared, then it was restrained. It is Yuanshi Demon Sect's Hai Shanjuan. Qingming, it seems like your old opponent has returned. When Ziguwei said that, his lips curled up. I heard that Yuanshi Demon Sect had 2 disciples who died near the 3rd Dragon Hall. I always suspected that it was done by Zhongshou. It seems like this Hai Shanjuan most probably came because of the Monster King's Heaven Barrier tribulation. The muscular man in the distance didn't seem like he had any intention of staying. He looked at them coldly before turning around and leaving. At the same time, a smile appeared on their faces. It was meaningful and cruel. That should be the case. 200 years of not seeing him. His cultivation is becoming more and more hard to predict. Qingming nodded slightly, her eyes shining. Is it really appropriate to work with the demon sect? How can it be considered working together? We're just fighting our own battles. Zigue shook his head disapprovingly. Then he was slightly curious. The number 1 demon king in the sword path, the number 1 in the talisman path 300 years ago, and this former number 3 in the demon path. I wonder which of the 3 of you is stronger. Will that Zhong Shou be able to deal with us? How can Qingming compare herself to him? Qingming broke into a laugh and mocked herself. When I was in the cloud world, I wasn't as famous as him. Qingming knew that she was far from being able to suppress all heroes and be unrivaled in this world. 40% of spirit and martial arts, as one, was something Qingming was unable to achieve. He could only rely on his 300 years of bitter cultivation and tempering in the outer realms. However, even compared to Zhong Shou, who was more than 300 years older, he still did not have much confidence. This person's strength in Donglin was close to the immortal realm. However, you and I are restricted by the cloud world and can't use it. That's why you and I need to come back. If it was other senior brothers and junior brothers, they wouldn't be able to go up against him. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. Although our dowling vast habitat didn't use up all the strength of the various sections. However, at this moment, the strength that the cloud world can use is going all out. Just as he said that, the two of them suddenly looked towards the east, their brows furrowing. Is it the death wave? Exchanging glances with one another, Zigue scoffed coldly. The death gate opening means that the 9 death, which in the east, is descending. If we can't stop her, blood will spread for 1,000 miles. At this moment, the heaven and earth seal is lacking a corner. The spiritual wave will rise in a few days. The heavens are helping our Taoist faction. Following this, he had an idea. In the distance, countless armored soldiers were surging over like a tide. Dozens of relatively strong spiritual senses passed through this place one after another. So there are still people in this world who know about me. Laughing out loud, Zigue took a step and disappeared from the spot. Qingming shook his head slightly. At the start, he felt that it was best not to use his real name. Forget it. It might not be a bad thing to alert the enemy. It would be best if they could alert Zhong Shou. If they couldn't, it would also be a good idea to make the garrison here suspicious of everything. No matter how smart a person was, as long as they felt danger and pressure, as long as they panicked, they might make mistakes. A sharp glow flashed in his eyes as he followed closely behind Zigue and left the place. When the thousands of soldiers rushed over, the people here were nowhere to be seen. Driving the Royal Demon God shuttle, Zhong Shou used just 3 days to fly above the Demon Corpse Mountain. The mist here had already spread outside of Blood Valley, covering thousands of miles. The death energy wasn't any weaker. Half of the mountain range was covered by it. Although Zhong Shou was prepared and had placed many troops in Cloud Saint City, he couldn't get close at all. Looking below, thinking back to what happened a few years ago, Zhong Shou instantly sighed. Not long after he arrived, the original Cloud Saint City Lord, one of the few governors, Su Jingyuan, also flew over. Half a year ago, this person also broke through to grade 7 and could travel in the air. At this moment, he stood behind Zhong Shou, his face filled with worry. 3 days ago, the death energy here suddenly exploded. Who knows what the reason was? He bowed. I am at fault. I was afraid that the change here was a sign that the death, which was reviving, which was why I acted on my own accord. I evacuated all the people within 3,000 miles. However, looking at the situation, it is already too late. This is an emergency. I should be the one thanking you. Why would I blame you? Zhong Shou nodded slightly, looking at where Gong Shinran was buried. Although the place was covered in mist, it couldn't block his spiritual eyes. Everything there was the same as when he had buried Gong Shinran. The only exception was the shocking dark red blood stain on the tombstone. Sensing the ground, there were a full 81 veins gathered here. The tomb was like an incomparably strong heart. These veins were like blood vessels. They were swallowing and spitting out the death energy in an orderly manner. If one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of a heartbeat within the tomb. At the start, it wasn't really there, but if one listened for a long time, it started to shake. It was like a drum shaking one's heart. Zhongsho instantly felt a throbbing pain at the corner of his head. Looking at the situation, Gong Shinran was really about to be born. As expected, as Jinbu Hui said, this wasn't a normal Nineteen Death Witch. Looking at Gong Shinran's tomb, it was about to totally connect the life and death worlds. Did you send anyone in to take a look? Were there any abnormalities these few days? We didn't dare to slack off. Su Jingyuan frowned. It has always been like this, but 3 days ago, the death energy suddenly exploded. At this moment, grade 3 and below would instantly die. Grade 4 Xiantian would only be able to come in contact for a short while. Even I don't dare to go in. I really don't know what is going on inside. Zhongsho's brows furrowed into a single character and then relaxed. Send my orders for the surrounding troops to retreat. The death energy here had accumulated for many years and was simply too abundant. Normal people couldn't even get close, so naturally, they couldn't interfere. If they stayed here, they would just be asking to die. Only grade 5 and above would be fine. At this moment, the Blood Cloud Cavalry was still in Huizhou. Within Gantian Mountain City, there were only 1,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry and 2,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry. These two elites needed to be suppressed in Gantian Mountain City to defend against the experts of the various sects and couldn't leave easily. This time they were really caught off guard. After saying this, Zhongsho abandoned Su Jingyuan and stepped into the mist alone. The nether death energy within the mist was indeed extremely strong. Normal grade 5 experts, even if they didn't use it, would instantly turn into dry bones. However, if they stayed for too long, they would lose a portion of their lifespan. Zhongsho was already used to this, not bothering at all as he traveled in the mist. He had grasped the Styx River Death Sword and experienced death energy that was dozens of times thicker than this. Naturally, he didn't fear the death energy here. Within 1,000 miles of this Demon Corpse Mountain, there were no living beings. Even the grass and trees were all withered. The ground was covered in a thin layer of ice. Around him, there were numerous gazes that were looking over from afar. Looking out, it was all jumping in flames. Although there were no living beings, there were many dead things that could move. Most of them were decomposing beast corpses, and some were white and dry bones. However, maybe because the area around Demon Corpse Mountain had no birds or beasts, Zhongsho was also prepared and locked down this place. These dead things were all really low grade and didn't pose a threat to him. Until Zhongsho walked in front of the tombstone, there wasn't a single dead thing that dared to provoke him. These death beasts mostly didn't have any intelligence. However, they could judge the strength and weakness. Just based on the strong sword suppression that Zhongsho spread out, it was enough to make them wary. Looking at the words on the tombstone, Senior Sister Gong Shinran's blood, Zhongsho was in a daze once more. This was the person he fell in love with in the past. In the past, he thought that he was Tan Xiao. Although he pitied Gong Shinran's fate, he didn't feel much about this girl. However, at this moment, he already knew his true identity. The so-called Tan Xiao was just zone wherein gathering his soul and using the power of the Book of Ian to enter another zone showed 10,000 years later. Thinking back to the various things that happened in Linhai College, Zhongsho's eyes were filled with melancholy. Then, he came back to his senses. Even if Gong Shinran could wake up, she wouldn't be that gentle and caring senior sister who took care of him. Zhongsho wasn't that young teen anymore. His heart realm definitely wouldn't return to a few years ago. Sighing, Zhongsho injected spiritual energy into his eyes and looked into the tomb. However, he couldn't see Gong Shinran's body. He could only see a ball of Een mist within the tomb. Just as Zhongsho's spiritual sense was about to pierce through the Een mist. Inside the stone tomb, there was an extremely cold divine sense that pierced into the depths of his Yuan's soul like an awl. Zhongsho's brow rose up, and he retracted his gaze. He also blocked out this spiritual sense. Then, he stood on the spot and kept silent. That spiritual sense, just now, was Gong Shinran. It was ice cold, filled with violence, not like a living person. It was indeed a dead person. Chapter 695. After keeping silent for a long while, Zhongsho looked around the stone tomb. There should have been many talisman seals around, but at this moment they were all broken. The Yin death power was wave after wave as it charged in all directions. Although Zhongsho didn't feel uncomfortable, he could feel that this death power was being controlled by a power. It charged towards where he was standing. Numerous evil spirits were hidden within. Oh! With a cold scoff, the death power around Zhongsho's body surged back. As for the evil spirits, he didn't need to attack. The moment it got close, it started to collapse. Looking at the tomb, Zhongsho found it hard to understand what was going on. Killing intent rose up in his chest, flickering. Suddenly it rose up. Suddenly it was forcefully pressed down. In the end, he sighed, turning around and walking out of the Yin mist. With his current cultivation, he could wipe out this tomb with a flick of his finger. It wasn't purely because of old feelings. It was because he sensed that Gong Shinran's tomb was between life and death and was protected by two powers. It was vast and strong, filled with death energy, similar to that of Ao Kuan. He finally knew why Jin Buhui's master and those few Haoshuan sect cultivators were injured and returned. Although Zhongsho could use the Styx River Death sword to strike into the netherworld and split the two worlds. However, such a move was really risky and smart people wouldn't do it. The moment he stepped out of the mist, Zhongsho heard a laugh spread from afar. Ruler came up so quickly. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw Su Chan standing 10,000 feet away. Beside him were 10 odd people. A few of them were familiar people. On the left of Su Chan was Gong Shinran's brother Gongyu. Although he couldn't travel in the air, he was a dual cultivator and was at grade 6. Using magical artifacts, he could fly in the air. As for the other person, it was Chun Huai, whom he had met once before in Dragon Gathering Mountain. However, at this moment, what he was most concerned about was the dozen or so silent young men behind these people. He had an aura similar to that of a true martial swordsman. Both of them were brimming with sharpness, but their wills were merged into one. Their movements were also similar. Apart from their different appearances, it was as if they were made from the same mold. 7 of them had a 7-section bamboo embroidered on their right sleeves. They were most likely the Cold Mountain sect's earth-ranked Dao soldiers, the Cold Mountain swordsmen. The other 6 people all carried large swords on their backs and had a scholarly air about them. He must be Haoshuan sect's Haoran Qing Xian. Whereas this Su Chun and Chun Huai were obviously not the people in charge of the Haoshuan and Hanzhan sections. There was a cultivator standing in front of each of them. At this moment, they all bowed to Zhongsho. Han Shan by Zhu greets Jun Shang. I've long heard of Monarch's name, but I've never had the chance to meet you. Haoshuan by Ruo pays his respects here. My disciple, Bu Hui, has been taken care of by Monarch. Bai Ruo is extremely grateful. Zhongsho was startled, thinking to himself that this person was Jin Bu Hui's master. Similar to Bai Zhu, his aura was obviously at the spirit realm. He knew that these vast habitat and shrine heads all had huge accumulations. However, because they had to suppress their sex, they suppressed it and didn't advance. At this moment, when the spiritual wave rose, they didn't need to do so anymore. Like Song Shengdao, Fangwen, and Shui Lingbo, they all broke through to the spirit realm during this year. Amongst which, the heads of the 3 sects and 6 schools were the same. Especially Shui Lingbo, who actually jumped to high spirit realm and took over the position of common people's palace head. Her foundations were so thick that no one could compare to them, which was why when he saw these 2 people, Zhongsho wasn't surprised at all. Humbly greeting them one by one, Zhongsho asked curiously, Brother Su's words should be asked by me. Hanzhan and Haoshuan sects are tens of thousands of miles away from here. Before he finished, Su Chan shook his head. We have arrived here 10 days ago. Senior Master Bai Ruo sent Brother Shun over half a year ago to pay attention to this place. He predicted that the death which would appear earlier. Now, just as I expected, Zhongsho was shocked once more, instantly feeling ashamed. As the ruler of a country, he didn't care about the situation at all. Instead, He didn't know as much as Haoshuan's sect tens of thousands of miles away. Apart from the fact that Gantian Mountain didn't have enough manpower, it was also because they were careless. At this moment, he felt more and more that the manpower he could use was too little. Although Zhong Yuan and Gong Xinran were strong, they needed to borrow the strength of 10,000 troops to be able to go up against Spirit Realm experts. At this moment, the 10 over grade 9 cultivators he worshipped had decent talents. At this moment, the spiritual wave had just started and a few of them were showing signs of breaking through. However, he couldn't use them in such a short period of time. Only the 3 Spirit Realm cultivators from Fulling Sect who rushed back to the Cloud World could be used by him. Although the sect had been rebuilt, they still needed his help. At this moment, they were like worshipped by Gantian Mountain. Today, the 3 of them were also in charge of Gantian Mountain City. I am ashamed. As the country ruler, I can only come here alone. Compared to him, Haoshuan and Hanzhan sect formations could be said to be luxurious. 13 Earth Grade Dao soldiers, 2 sets of sword formations. Such strength was something that sects below Spiritual House Realm couldn't go up against. Ruler's sword path is invincible. At this moment, who doesn't know about the Battle of 7 Cloud Mountain? Ruler broke the true martial 7-segment sword formation alone and also killed Jiaoming Luo. After that battle, you faced 1,000 troops alone. At this time, a year has already passed. From my point of view, Ruler alone can go up against all of us combined. The moment he said this, the people around had weird expressions and didn't object at all. As for Bai Ruo, he sighed, "Our Haoshuan sect is at fault for the changes in this place. We really can't ignore it." Just as he said this, dozens of streaks of light landed. They were all dressed like monks, giving off a Buddhist glow. The one at the helm was Zifang. Not only was this person familiar with Zhongshu, but he was also close to the others. After greeting them from afar, he didn't have time to speak before his brow furrowed. Who knows what he said to the people who came with him, but these monks all spread out and entered the Yin Mist. Around the tomb, there were altars and Buddhist artifacts. Thick scripture pillars were erected one after another. A full 36 of them, each 1,000 feet tall and spread out in all directions. As for the monks, they were all sitting on top of the scripture pillars. Along with the chanting, a golden glow shone out. The aura of death that was surging outwards immediately stopped and began to shrink inwards. Many golden glows shone out from within. It is the great sun demon subduing scripture. It is perfect for the situation. Joy flashed in Biju's eyes. With the help of the Buddhist faction, we have a little more confidence today. Zhongshu nodded his head slightly. Out of the 36 monks, there were only 4 who were at Spirit Realm. They were all monks who cultivated the Great Sun Dharma. The Great Sun Rulai had unlimited light and also grasped the life of the living, which could counter this death energy. As long as they restricted the spread of this death energy, the living beings within thousands of miles would be able to evacuate. There were 2 more people who came along with Zifang. At this moment, they casually walked to the side of Zhongshu. One of them was Zhao Yanran, who was smiling gleefully. "I didn't let you down. You owe me one more time." Zhongshu scoffed coldly and didn't say a word. Naturally, he came over this time without any preparations. However, with that, he would let this crazy woman be gleeful once more. Jingyin's brows were furrowed as she looked worriedly at the Yin Mist. It was like she didn't hear what the 2 of them said. Not bothering about Zhao Yanran, Zhongshu turned around and smiled towards Gongyu, patting his shoulder. "Your improvement is not bad. In the future, you will become someone great. With me here, I won't let anything happen to you." In a short few years, he had reached grade 6. His improvement was indeed not bad. However, those words were more of a consolation. With Gong Yu's cultivation, it was too much for him to participate in this battle. Hanzhan's sect brought him here because of his special identity. Gong Yu was originally a little uneasy. When he heard those words, he surprisingly didn't feel nervous anymore. He calmed down and smiled warmly towards Zhongshu. Gong Yu isn't afraid of death. The moment he said that, Bijou and Suchin's faces were filled with praise. Zhongsho nodded his head slightly. This was Gong Shinran's only brother. The death energy rumbled and became thicker and thicker. Even under the blazing sun, it didn't scatter at all. As time went on, more and more people gathered here. They were all cultivators from nearby sects, as well as some factionless cultivators. When the death which appeared, blood spread for 1,000 miles. Those with weaker cultivations didn't dare to come over. At this moment, those who gathered here were all grade 9 and above. Most of them were from the demon path. Kongchi Pill Fountain sect also sent some Dao soldiers and spirit realm cultivators. Their combat strength wasn't too strong, and they didn't have any strong methods to deal with demons. However, they could suppress the many demon cultivators around. As for Cang Xingdao, he was unable to rush over. Recently, although the 3 sects and 6 schools had started to send their strength into Donglin, at this moment, Donglin Cloud Continent was filled with hidden currents. Zhongsho also didn't dare to easily use his strength. Unexpectedly, there were also people from the Lingyun sect who rushed over. The ones at the helm were Yin Fei Bai and Gohanyan, 2 grade 9, and also a set of Earth grade Dao soldiers. Zhongsho was slightly shocked when he saw that. The 2 of them had actually reached peak Heaven Realm. Especially Yin Fei Bai. His sword intent was so thick it looked like it had taken physical form. That cloud-shocking god, destroying sword intent, had obviously reached an extremely high realm. They also cultivated soul power, but who knows whether or not they had completed spirit and martial arts merger. The cultivation speed of the 2 of them really made one tongue-tied. However, thinking about himself, Zhongsho regained his calmness. The 2 of them were experts who ruled over an area in the future. They also had the protection of their ancestor. With the foundations of Lingyun's sect, it wasn't surprising for them to break through to grade 9. If he could have such fortuitous encounters, then why couldn't others have such methods to reach the heavens in one step? Lingyun's sect and him were close to being life and death enemies. In the recent period of time, due to the destruction of the Dao in the country, their originally relaxed relationship became tense by the day. This was why they didn't have any intentions of coming over to meet him. Only Gohanyan looked at him from afar before retracting her gaze. Zhongsho was 200,000 feet in the air, choosing a quiet place to sit down and meditate. Only after 4 days did he suddenly open his eyes and look down once more. At this moment, Suchin and the others all woke up. The underworld gate has opened. Chapter 696. Although it was called the Death Gate, it was actually a giant black hole above the stone tomb that was spitting out death energy. The heartbeat from the depths of the tomb was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone exchanged glances with one another and knew that this death, which would revive in just a few breaths. Bijou thought about it for a moment before bowing towards Zhongsho. "Ruler, please hold the fort for us. By Rual, and I will try to see if we can chase this death which back to the netherworld. Ruler, please take care of junior nephew Gongyu." Zhongsho's eyelids jumped, and then he nodded. He casually waved his hand and summoned Gongyu to his side. At this moment, the Sanskrit chants of the monks became stronger and stronger, reverberating and covering thousands of miles. Those scripture pillars also shone with a spiritual light. Many Sanskrit words appeared one after another. It was the great sun demon subduing scripture. A golden glow shone all about, drawing down the true sun flame. However, it was only able to suppress the death mist and prevent it from spreading. The death gate below was still expanding. Then, with a cracking sound, a small white hand suddenly reached out from the tomb. It caused the hearts of all the cultivators nearby to jump. Zhongshoxin's heart sunk slightly. After that, a muffled bang resounded, and then everything within a 3 kilometers radius, including the tomb, was completely transformed into fine powder that dispersed in the violent winds. A petite person appeared in front of everyone. The clothes she wore were the same as when Zhongsho buried her. However, when he looked at this woman, Zhongsho was stunned. In the past, Gong Shinran's looks could only be considered above average. However, at this moment, her features didn't change, but the feeling she gave off was that she was extremely beautiful. Even Zhao Yanran, who was beside him, paled in comparison. It was incomparable. When this woman appeared, she immediately attracted countless amounts of Black Death Chi in the air to charge down. She was at a loss as she looked around. Like she didn't understand why she was still alive in this world. Gradually, when the focus was finally focused, Gong Shinran laughed coldly. It was as if he was mocking himself, but also as if he was pitying himself. So, Gong Shinran, can actually come back from the dead. The Netherworld Witch? Gong Yu, who was standing beside Zhong Shou, was instantly overjoyed. Since he remembered his name, it was clear that he still had memories of his previous life. However, the surrounding people were not moved, nor were they in a hurry to act. He was only waiting for the two powerful wills to retreat, and this place would return to the realm of life. Zhong Shou's heart sank again. He only felt that although Gong Shinran was speaking, she didn't know what to say. However, as he spoke, there was no emotion at all in his eyes. After coming back to life, he didn't even look in their direction. It was as if he and Gong Yu were strangers. At the next moment, Gong Shinran suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. Then, "Are you trying to stop me from descending into the human world?" With a casual wave of his hand, the nether chi that filled the sky swept over like a tide. The four limbs that encircled Gong Shinran's body formed a set of black armor out of thin air. His entire body soared into the sky. Bijou and Bai Ruo kept silent and didn't speak. Only a few breaths later did a bright glow explode out from their eyes. Attack! Along with his voice, 7 cold sword lights charged down from the clouds. Gong Shinran looked expressionlessly and didn't care at all. A black shield suddenly pierced out from the nether gate. It spread out 1,000 feet shield light and sealed the sky, blocking the sword light in the sky. Then, numerous cold energy exploded out from the sword shadow energy. Amidst a series of cracking sounds, the entire mountain below instantly froze. The 6 people behind Bai Ruo fell down like meteors. They split into 6 directions, coincidentally surrounding Gong Shinran and the death gate in the middle. That huge broadsword suddenly stabbed into the ground. Then 6 vast sword energy charged up, resonating with one another. Each of them opened a scroll which burned without any wind. Then, their aura became more and more solemn and majestic. It actually swept away the nether energy around. Even the death gate was suppressed such that it shrank inwards. Its righteous energy. The moment these words were said, Zhong Shou felt that it wasn't right. This was indeed righteous energy, but it didn't come from the 6 of them. It came from the 6 scrolls that were burning. They were books written by Confucians, leaving righteous energy within. Pretty much at the same time, on the 36 pillars around, 36 suns rose up into the sky. Although it was just the great sun Dharma, it was like a real blazing sun. Numerous true sun flames shone towards the death gate. Gong Shinran frowned slightly, her eyes filled with disgust. However, in the next moment, a person walked out from within the gate. He was dressed in white bone armor, riding on a skeleton dragon horse, holding a 100-foot bone blade. When the beams of golden light shone on him, he casually stabbed the bone knife in his hand into the ground. Immediately, countless black ice mirrors rose from the ground in all directions, firmly blocking the 36 balls of sunlight. It deflected all the true sun flames away. At this moment, within the underworld gate, the owner of the enormous black shield was laughing sinisterly as he walked out from the gate. Cold Mountain bamboo swordsmen and righteous Qing Xian warriors. TSK, what a huge scene. Since I died, I haven't seen it in a few thousand years. How does your highness want to break out of this tribulation? The one who walked out was 8 feet tall, dressed in a black robe. He was really handsome like a young master, only his face was slightly ashen white. One of his hands was holding onto the giant shield above. His other hand was holding a terrifyingly large hammer. At this moment, the golden light shone. That person squinted, and then his gaze turned sharp. This light is really annoying. As the giant hammer smashed out, it grew to over 100,000 feet in midair. It smashed towards the few scripture pillars in the south. Coincidentally, Zifong was in charge here, so he didn't bother to look. A green lotus seed tossed the scripture pillar. Along with the Buddhist chants, a lotus pillar suddenly stretched out from the ground. It also stretched 100,000 feet, many leaves and petals spreading out. When it fully opened, it welcomed the giant hammer. The lotus flower was instantly destroyed. Zifong's body shook and blood seeped out from his mouth. He was obviously injured, but he still sat there without moving. The black-clothed scholar frowned. Then, with a tisk sound, he unwillingly took back the hammer. At this moment, the 7-bamboo cold star formation above was sending down bits of sword energy and cold stars. It continuously pressed down on the giant shield, causing the entire shield body to nearly freeze. However, along with the black shirt scholar forcefully injecting in a ball of death energy, the ice layer covering the shield was smashed into pieces. The entire giant shield also went up 3 feet against the sword light. In the next moment, there was a light shout in the air. Shocking cloud destruction, only to see that in 7 directions, there was a death mist cloud energy. It gathered into the shape of a sword, bringing with it large amounts of ice sand as it slashed down. The shield light that the black shirt scholar raised up was riddled with holes. Even the black-robed scholar's body was injured. However, there was no blood at all from the wound. There was only white flesh. In a flash, he recovered and took a step down. Numerous white bones charged out from the ground. Like a bone wall, it protected the 3 of them within. After blocking the cloud mist sword light, the scholar broke out into a laugh. It's Ling Yun's sex cloud, shocking god, destroying sword formation. Another set of Earth Grey Dao soldiers. If you don't think of a way, Gumia and I won't be able to hold on. At that time, don't blame us if we run back into the Death Gate. The Gumia that was mentioned was the cavalry in white armor. When he heard that, a death flame flashed in his eyes. He was obviously a person of few words, saying, "Leander and I have just entered the world of life. We aren't even 70% strong. Please help." He treated his words like gold, just a few short sentences. Gong Shinran still didn't say a word. Black energy wrapped around her hand, and a giant sickle was slowly forming. Around the Death Gate, Buddhist light spread out. The great sun demon, subduing scripture, shone in all directions. After it merged with the righteous energy, it became even more unstoppable. It pretty much swept all the death mist clean. Within the death energy, as long as it was a dead thing that could move, it would pretty much be wiped out. At this moment, Bijou and Bairua both opened their spell altars in the air. The leader of a sect was indeed extraordinary. One of them could be compared to half a set of Earth Grey Dao soldiers. Casting spells, many 10,000-foot sword energy landed and struck the bone prison. Along with it were a total of 12 giant banners with Confucian scriptures drawn on them. Some of the words were like dragons and snakes, coming from the hands of a calligraphy master. However, most of the words were just really normal. A portion of it was as ugly as scribbles. However, each stroke between the lines was filled with righteous energy. Zhongshu's expression relaxed slightly. It seemed like he didn't need to attack to be able to seal the Death Gate. As for the 3 of them, even if he couldn't kill them, he could chase them back to the Netherworld. Gong Yu at the side clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with worry, and he couldn't bear it. A struggling expression appeared on his face. Zhongshu knew what he was thinking and sighed. He could only pat his shoulder to console him. The death which appearing was when she was at her weakest and also when she had the highest chance of being sealed. Gong Yu's identity was the last resort. Only when he had no other choice would he try it. Even Zhongshu didn't dare to take the risk. The death mist around had already scattered and the black energy had been compressed to 30,000 feet. However, just as everyone thought that the situation was settled, Zhongshu suddenly shouted. Gong Shinran raised that giant sickle. Where this body descends, is the netherworld death world. The moment she said this, numerous black waves surged out once more. The death energy turned into a physical form. The righteous energy and Buddhist light were unable to fight back at all as they were smashed apart. The 36 scripture pillars in the distance were still okay, but the 6 righteous Qin Xian warriors who were closer could only barely hold on. The broadsword in his hand caused the righteous energy to continue. However, the 6 scriptures that were opened were burning faster and faster. Gong Shinran's sickle slashed down like a waterfall. Where this body passes, the dead won't be able to rest. The 12 long banners were all broken by the black saber light with a wave of its hand. Numerous wounds appeared on by Ruo's muscles. The spell altar beneath him exploded into pieces. Chapter 697. It was so sudden that even Zhong Shou didn't expect it. All the changes happened in an instant. When he reacted, the entire situation had turned on its head. Wherever the black mist rippled, all of the Buddhist light dimmed. Those nether beasts that were originally wiped out rose up from the ashes. Zhong Shou frowned slightly. With just one step, he was already in the heavy Yin mist. At this moment, Gong Shinran's hand formed a really weird fist seal. Where my power is, there's only death and no life. It struck out without a sound, but it caused the netherworld gate and all the death energy in this place to suddenly swell. It gave out a loud explosion. Those 6 Qin Xian warriors were the first to be struck by the shockwave. Their wide swords were broken and their bodies were tossed backward. They could only use the righteous energy of the scriptures to barely protect their bodies. However, the 6 of them were only affected by the energy death mist. 100 miles away, 36 Buddhist monks. At this moment, their chests all caved in slightly. The 36 suns all collapsed and dissipated. The Buddhist light was dim and dim. Apart from the 4 spirit realm monks who were able to hold on and go up against the black mist death energy. The other monks on the pillars all lost their life force and were about to stop breathing. Zhong Shou's heart jumped once more as he looked at Gong Shinran in shock. 9 Nether River, death. Although it was a sealed technique, it was similar to his Styx River death sword. However, Gong Shinran's understanding of the death laws far exceeded his. This fist directly attacked the source of the Tao, cutting off the life force of these Buddhist monks. The strength of this netherworld, which was actually so tyrannical, he knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Zhong Shou stepped out once more and arrived on one of the pillars. He formed a seal, and threads of light spread out. It turned into many white cranes and charged in all directions, charging into the bodies of those monks who were on the verge of death. In just a third of the time it took to snap a finger, everyone here regained their heartbeat. However, most of their faces were pale and devoid of color. Zifang's expression was ashen white as he took in a deep breath, spitting out all the death energy. What a great soul-returning spell. Zifang thanks Ruler on behalf of my brothers for your help. He really died just like that. I'm afraid I won't even be able to go to the Buddhist kingdom in the future. He then shook his head helplessly. This demoness is powerful. I am powerless to do anything. We can only watch Jun Shang do it. Zhong Shou nodded slightly. He had invited these eminent monks over. He didn't expect that he would be able to rely on his strength to send Gong Shinran back to the netherworld. His original intention was to delay the spread of death energy so that the surrounding Gantian mountain people could escape. However, he didn't expect that Hanzhan Haoshuan would not only come as promised, but also be an expert. Even the cloud-soaring sect had sent out a cloud-shocking sword formation. The situation just now was too good, so good that it made him careless. He didn't expect that these 3 sword formations, 1 great sun demon subduing formation, and 2 spirit realm experts were still unable to suppress Gong Shinran. During these 10,000 years, numerous death witches had appeared in the world, but none of them were as strong as Gong Shinran. He reached out and patted Zifang's body, energy surging in, causing Zifang's expression to become much better. However, he could only reach such a level. His soul returning spell was obtained from mysterious cloud spirit sect. It was a god-level spell. As long as one's soul didn't dissipate, one would be able to return to life. Unfortunately, his understanding of the life symbol was still very shallow. Using this spell could at most allow these people to recover their life force, allowing them to escape from the death seal and have some ability to protect themselves. Anymore, and he wouldn't be able to do anything. In that instance, the giant hammer of the black-robed scholar Leander smashed towards the sky. It caused the cloud mist in the sky to scatter the 7 bamboo cold star formation. Gumya, who was covered in white bones, pulled out his 100-foot bone knife. Just as he was about to slash out, he felt a sword intent wrap around him. The fire in his eyes instantly constricted as he looked forward. He saw a thin person flash from the pillar and appear in front of the 3 of them, standing in front of the death gate. When Gong Xinran saw this, she was stunned. Then, she regained her composure and was in deep thought. I remember you. You're called Zhongshou. Linhai College, my junior brother. When Leander heard this, he gave out a teasing laugh. Junior brother? It seems like your highness has met someone you know. How deep is your relationship? Do you want me to show mercy? His lips curling up until they were close to his eyelids. That soul-returning spell is not bad, just a small heaven realm. To dare come here, is he asking die? This person is just trash. I heard that he has a dual meridian body and can't cultivate. I pitied him, so I occasionally took care of him. Gong Xinran closed her eyes and thought about it. Then, a cold disdain appeared at the corner of her lips. Before I died, I only remembered that his archery flying knife was really amazing and shocking. Who knows how he is now? Oh, I remember that when I was alive, this person had a crush on me for many years. Interesting. Dual meridian body? Leander wanted to mock, but at this moment, he looked towards Zhongshou with a weird expression. It was rare for a dual meridian body to enter grade 9. Then, there was more disdain in the depths of his eyes. To be able to achieve something with a dual meridian body, their combat strength was extremely weak and unbearable to look at. To have a crush on Her Highness, is a heaven realm cultivator even worthy? Zhongshou was expressionless. He wasn't moved by those words at all. His eyes focused as he looked closely at each and every action of Gong Xinran. Even if he still had some feelings from when she was alive, there was still a bit of hope. He wasn't willing to kill her so easily. He would go all out to help her recover. However, his heart could not help but gradually turn ice cold. His last thread of hope had also been extinguished. The person in front of him wasn't Gong Xinran, but the Nineteen Death Witch. They could only be enemies and not friends. Just as he sighed in his heart, he heard a laugh spread out from the sky. Trash? Top in the sword path in the cloud world, invincible expert, the monster race king who rules billions of miles. He was actually called Trash? Who knows what those people who died at his hands would think when they heard that? When the voice landed, a green-robed Taoist suddenly appeared in the sky dozens of miles away. Zhongshou looked at the sky coldly. He remembered that he had said it before. He said that he would kill anyone from Dowling Vast Habitat who saw him. This person was really daring. When Leander heard that, he was slightly surprised. He sized up Zhongshou and then shook his head in confusion. He really couldn't see anything unusual about the person in front of him. Invincible in the cloud world, was he bragging? A few hundred years ago, that was something that many talents couldn't do. He didn't believe that this grade 9 dual meridian body could do it. Even if it was true, he was an invincible expert, allowing this kid to dominate. Chapter 698. Gong Xinran was still thinking about her memories. After a long while she smiled. I remember, you were the one who buried me in this Nineteen land. I have to thank you for that. Thinking about it, this is the grace of a new life, and I have to repay you. Are you willing to die and work for me? Zhongshou frowned, temporarily not bothering about the unidentified green-robed Taoist. He looked closely at Gong Xinran, only to see that her eyes were really calm, looking down from above without any shine in them. It seemed like she really treated those words as a matter of course. In the next instant, her tone changed once more. Oh, I remember that you're the Monster King's son. Have you succeeded the next master of Gantian Mountain? That's right. I heard people call you ruler, so you must be the master of Gantian Mountain, right? The overlord of Donglin and the Northwest, occupying 3 provinces, over 100 million people. The moment she said this, the yin fire in Gumie's eyes swelled as he looked at Zhong Sho once more. Knife intent surged and locked onto him. Leander chuckled in a strange manner. So you're the king of a country. Sorry for the disrespect. However, this only made things more interesting. This person's identity is really useful to us. I wonder what your Highness Nethermaiden thinks. He totally ignored what that person said about him being first in the sword path, invincible in the world. Even if he was invincible, he would be someone a few hundred years from now. So what was there to fear? Gong Xinran was deep in thought. That's true. This person's identity as ruler is really useful. Zhong Sho had already given up hope. When he heard that, he was neither happy nor angry, only sighing to himself. He clenched his fists tightly, energy surging in his body as he was prepared to attack. However, with a thought, he used his spiritual sense to sense that there was an aura descending from the sky behind him. The person was really weak and couldn't take it when the black mist was deep. He was protected by Zhong Sho's true qi and was able to continue descending. His strength was only grade 6, it was Gongyu. On the other hand, Zhong Sho's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. With Gong Xinran's current condition, even if Gongyu came, it would be useless. Instead, it would only add to the danger. However, he couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. After all, Zhong Sho was only Gong Xinran's junior brother. Even if they were close when they were alive, there was still a distance between them. However, Gongyu was her only brother. With just a slight hesitation, Gongyu had already landed beside him. Her expression was absent-minded at first, and the look in her eyes was complicated and sad. Then, she said with a bit of hope, Sister Ran, do you still remember Yua? Yua? Of course I remember. This consort's younger brother was called Gongyu, right? Gong Xinran looked away and followed the voice with interest. Then, he nodded his head in satisfaction. You've grown up. You're very much like your father. In a short span of 6 years, he had already entered the 6th stage. Not bad. Come to Big Sister's side and let me take a closer look. Gongyu was delighted when he heard that. He didn't think much about it and walked over. Zhong Shoxin's heart sank once more, and he was on guard. Gong Xinran's tone didn't look like she had met her family. There were no fluctuations in her emotions, and her face was expressionless. Both sides were just 1,000 feet apart. Gongyu took just 10 steps and was not far away from Gong Xinran. However, Gong Xinran raised her hand and pointed at Gongyu's brow. Gongyu was instantly shocked. He looked on as the black energy was about to enter his forehead. However, he couldn't move at all. That black that was filled with death energy. Before it even touched him, it was already sucking away the life force in his body. Just as he was closing his eyes and waiting for death, he felt like someone was pulling him from behind. His body explosively retreated back to Zhong Sho's side. Although he was out of danger, he was still terrified. Then, he looked across in confusion. He knew that if it wasn't for Zhong Sho saving him, he would have definitely died. Didn't Big Sister Ran recognize him? Why did she want to kill him? He remembered that when he was young, the one who loved him the most was his second sister. Before he could ask, Zhong Sho said solemnly, "Why did you do that? He is your only brother." When Gong Xinran heard that, she was a little confused. Her brow furrowed. "Why are you so troublesome? What's wrong with being like me? Only by my side can I take care of him." Leander laughed out loud once more. Her Highness liked her brother, so naturally, she wants him to be like her, to accompany her at all times. What's so weird about that? Unfortunately, although you gave her a new lease of life, you are still a ruler. You're still of some use if you were alive. If not, you would have the honor. In his heart, he was slightly shocked. Just now, this person's saving methods were really amazing. Even he wasn't able to stop him. He did have some skill. Maybe his title as the top sword path wasn't just for show. He turned and looked into the distance. only to see that the 6 vast Xianqing warriors and the 36 Buddhist faction monks were all retreating. He laughed in disdain. "Your Highness, it is best if you don't talk nonsense with this person. If you drag on, these people are going to slip away. There are many spirit realm experts who can be made into Yin puppets. In the future, they will be of more help." Gong Xinran acknowledged, not bothering about Zhongsho anymore. She casually waved the black sickle in her right hand. The black energy and death mist swept once more. Dozens of blade shadows formed in midair and swept over. However, before there were any results, there was a dragon roar in front of him. A boundless sword intent abruptly erupted. In an instant, the black mist saber shadows were scattered and scattered. Lianer exclaimed and looked over in shock. He saw that the sword intent was charging towards Zhongsho. Only then did Lianer's expression turn serious as he looked at the teen opposite him. He sized him up. Although it was only grade 9, this sword intent had truly reached the soul realm. It also caused a vast and majestic aura to spread through the area. The aura was like there were numerous cities and numerous people behind it. King Path Martial Arts? However, wasn't this person just the ruler of a small country? The northwest of Donglin Cloud Continent was just a few provinces of land. Why was this person able to gather such strong King Path energy? In the next moment, Zhongsho raised his eyes. "Although you all entered the cloud world, you haven't caused a calamity. If you're willing to retreat into the Death Gate, I can let you all live. There is no more hope, no more pity, no more emotional fluctuations." Lianer was startled, and then he nearly burst out laughing. This Zhongsho was really shameless. Even if he had some skill, in front of the 9 death which that this master personally refined, he was like an ant. Even he, Lianer, could kill him in a few hammers. He actually dared to say that he would let them live? Gong Xinran curiously glanced at the young man in front of her. She seemed to have seen a new toy, but then she lost all interest. Although this Zhongsho was the ruler of a country, his King Path energy far exceeded her expectations. Such a person probably had a really high position in the cloud world. Even if he controlled it, the various sects would retaliate. So it was instead useless. Kill him. Without needing her to give the order, Gumye had already attacked. The white bone blade slashed down, bringing with it a green and blue glow. Endless cold intent gathered at the tip of the blade, bringing with it a cold energy that seemed like it could freeze everything, heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, as it swept thousands of miles. There was also a sky full of deathly gray energy contained within. When Lianer saw this, his lips curled up. His companion was still the same as before. It was okay if he didn't attack, but when he did, he went all out, not holding back at all. He also didn't give the opponent any chance to retreat. Zhongsho looked at Gong Xinran and shook his head. His killing intent was already set, so there was no need to hesitate. A few years ago, he had personally made a mistake. Today, he would personally end it. A pair of lightning wings spread out, extending 33,000 feet. Black flames swept out, instantly sweeping dozens of miles. All the layers of ice beneath his feet melted. In an instant, the earth, rocks were all roasted into magma. He didn't pull out his sword. Zhongsho directly used his fist as a sword and punched out. The 9 dragons behind him also let out a roar. Fire Dragon Vast Sword, Platinum Dragon Sword. Just 2 types of true dragon sword intents. However, the martial path he used this time wasn't stacking, but one. The true attainments of the 9 true dragons. Instantly flying through the air, he attacked later but arrived first. When the fist and blade clashed, it was like a fire dragon was wrapping around Zhongsho's arm, roaring out. It caused the ice power to collapse in one strike. The blade light scattered. The Dragonbone cavalry under Gumye actually couldn't take it. His 4 limbs were smashed into pieces. Lianer was totally stunned at the side. How did Gumye actually lose? He seemed to have seen this fist technique before. However, at that time, it didn't have such strength. When the blade, aura, charged over, Gong Yu's face turned ashen white. This was the first time he saw a spirit realm expert attack at such a close distance. Just the saber intent alone was enough to crush him. He originally thought that he would most probably die, but then he saw that this cold and domineering blade was broken by Zhongsho with just one fist. His body was thin and weak, like he couldn't even stand up to the wind. However, looking at him now, he was like a mountain. Just as he felt at ease, he heard Zhongsho's voice. "I am sorry." Sorry? Why did he have to apologize and say sorry? In the next moment, he understood what Zhongsho meant. Gong Yu's lips were filled with bitterness. He wasn't willing, but he knew that Zhongsho had tried his best. This was the best method. He also knew that he had no strength to stop it. Opposite him, the yin flame in Gumie's eyes was filled with disbelief. This saber strike was actually defeated, and it was a clean defeat. What a strong fist. No, it was a sword. This person used his fist to replace the sword and had reached the peak of sword soul. However, how could a grade 9 have such strong fist strength? Even if he used soul-level sword intent to gather true chi, it shouldn't be like this. Also, the King Path aura was so strong that it made one terrified. Suddenly, Gumie's pupils constricted and a spiritual light flashed. Spirit and martial arts merger. You are 40% spirit and martial arts merger. Chapter 699. High up in the clouds, Gong Yu was heading downwards. Bai Ruo casually waved his hand and kept all the fragments of the spell alter. Then, a cold glow shot out from his eyes as he looked at the green-shirt Taoist who suddenly appeared. Xiwen. The two simple words were filled with coldness. Why did Brother Su come here today? The moment these words were said, the few people in the air, Bijou, Zifeng, and even the people from Lingyun's sect all looked over. Yin Gu and Yin Biao, who were the leaders of Lingyun's sect, had obviously heard of Xiwen's name, looking back in shock. They knew that this person and Bai Ruo and Bijou were both top people of the same generation. Only the latter two stayed in the cloud world, due to their sections. As for Xiwen, he had stepped into the spirit realm hundreds of years ago and left this world. As people of the Taoist faction, Yin Feibai didn't have any animosity. However, Gohan Yun's eyes were filled with wariness and killing intent. Cultivator friends, long time no see. Tell Xiwen to think about it. After bowing, Su Wen smiled faintly. This humble Taoist is naturally here to subdue demons and exterminate devils. Is your Haoshuan sect allowed to work for the people of the world and not my Taoist faction to do some things for the living? Bai Ruo's brows rose up, obviously not believing him. His expression was still filled with wariness. Xiwen mocked. I heard that you have a direct disciple who is close to this Zhongsho. Recently in Donglin Huizhou, your two sects have gotten some benefits from mines and even opened up many temples. Why? Just these small benefits are enough to make your two holy lands willing to serve this demon king? Bijou was originally listening quietly at the side. When she heard that, she raised her head and said, You can say that we are working for him. In this world, there is nothing that can be obtained without hard work. Since we got benefits from Gantia Mountain, naturally we have to protect their people. Moreover, today's matter had a lot to do with our two sections. There is no need for others to worry. Brother Su, please explain today's matter. If not, Bijou won't show mercy. Xiwen's eyes squinted, startled. Then he laughed. Don't worry. Xiwen came here just to see how strong this Gantia Mountain ruler was. Let's see if that invincible title is true. What kind of person dare to say that he wanted to destroy my Tao sect? I won't stop you from killing this netherworld witch. At this point, the corner of Xiwen's lips curled up once more as he asked in a mocking tone. Even if I had ill intentions towards this monster king, I wouldn't have chosen to make a move now. Moreover, with the few of you here, how could I, Su-Wan, dare move? The expressions of Bijou and the others didn't relax at all. Instead, they were even more worried. This Su-Wan had said that he wouldn't make a move and would only watch from the sidelines without any other thoughts. However, with this person here, everyone present, including the sword formations, were firmly restrained, unable to help Zhongsho. Even if he knew that the other party was helping the Nine Death Witch and her two subordinates, there was nothing he could do. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat Su even if they joined forces. Instead, it was that this person's ability was sufficient to allow him to advance and retreat as he pleased. Thinking about it, the only thing they could do was to be more careful and defend. Moreover, I'm not the only one who wants Zhongsho's life. Instead of worrying about me, why not worry about whether or not this Zhongsho can keep his life from this netherworld, which, before he finished, he was interrupted by a loud explosion. Everyone's gazes were once again attracted by the situation within the Een mist below. Coincidentally, when Zhongsho punched out and forced back the blade shadows that covered the sky, Xuan's gaze instinctively constricted, and then he mocked. So, it has already started? As expected from a country bumpkin from a netherworld, overestimating himself. Does he really think that this era is still a few hundred years ago? Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, he doesn't know how vast the world is. An ant-like person dares to look down on the heroes of the world. What a joke. First in the sword path, invincible in the cloud world. How is it only 40% spirit and martial arts merger? Netherworld witch, Gantian Mountain Monster King. Kiki, I am looking forward to it. Although his voice was soft, it wasn't hidden at all. Experts all around could hear it. Zhongsho couldn't be bothered, apologizing to Gongyu. The 30,000-foot lightning wings behind his back flapped. 1,000 feet was instantly crossed. Lianer's eyes were filled with rage when he heard that. He stepped forwards and blocked in front of Gong Shinran. He waved the hammer in his hand. It was really ferocious as he smashed it down towards Zhongsho. When the hammer rose up, the entire mountain below, even the entire 1,000-mile mountain range, shook. All of them shook violently, giving people the feeling that they were pulled out of the ground and thrown into the air. When the hammer landed, it was like millions of giant mountains were pressing down at the same time. It caused space to explode, totally unable to bear its strength. Threads of black cracks spread 10,000 feet. This hammer, even Su Wan, who had spoken those words of mockery in the air, was endlessly stunned. The expressions of Bijou and the others changed. At the same time, a sword light charged up from Zhongsho's sheath. He casually slashed out like a white cloud, breaking into the hammer that was as strong as 10,000 kilograms. Long Ying's platinum dragon sword. Merging with the instant space sword intent, this sword seemed like it could destroy anything. It was like a huge white dragon flying across the sky. Only to hear a soft poo sound, there was pretty much no metal clanging. The mountain range had already shattered. The giant hammer was also broken into two. A large half of the giant hammer was tossed into the air. Lianer was stunned. The hammer in his hand was a grade 6 magical weapon made from netherworld meteorite gold. How did it break just like that? What sword technique was that to be so sharp, so overpowered? Looking at Zhongsho's weapon, it didn't seem like an amazing sword artifact, following which the sword light in front of him charged over once more. All the energy was gathered at one spot. However, it gave off a feeling like it covered the entire sky with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Lianer screamed and instinctively retreated to the side. He waved the giant black shield in front of him. Pung! There was a low thud as a huge force struck. Lianer couldn't stabilize his body and was sent flying by the sword energy. His face was also ashen white. That dragon-like sword light had actually broken through the black shield and pierced a hole in it. The remaining sword energy didn't stop there. It nearly pierced through his chest. He was a dead person, so he wasn't afraid of his body being injured. In just a few breaths, strands of granulation began to fill up the wound again. However, this person's sword was so strong that it made him feel terrified. He knew that even if his strength wasn't weakened and he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to block 3 swords from Zhongsho. To say that he was invincible in the cloud world, top in the sword path, was true. In this world, what was going on? How could such a monster be born? Zhongsho didn't even bother to look at Lianer as he forced him away. His eyes met with Gong Shinran's once more. What came right at him was a white hand and a fist. Limitless death power, charged within. Just like the strike from before that had annihilated the vitality of those 36 eminent monks of the Buddhist sect. It was the death Tao. Where its power reached, there was only death. Zhongsho sighed once more. The nameless sword light didn't hesitate at all as it charged forwards. It charged forwards, breaking through everything. Long Ying's lightning dragon sword. Tens of thousands of lightning glow wrapped around the sword. When the fist and sword clashed, the black mist clashed with the lightning glow. The purple lightning ability from the lightning phoenix. The two types of lightning he learned from the 7-star Xian lightning book merged into one and intersected with the heaven-burning flame. It instantly wiped out half of the death energy black mist. First, the nameless sword pierced through Gong Shinran's hand. Then, the black lightning spread upwards. Gong Shinran's entire left arm was turned into black powder by the lightning and scattered in the air. Gong Shinran frowned. Who knows if it was because she felt pain or because of Zhongsho's sharp sword attack. Death energy spread out such that the lightning glow could only spread to her shoulder. Her petite body was retreating to avoid Zhongsho's sword. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Although the death chi dissipated, the death fist intent had already imprinted itself into Zhongsho's body. However, why was Zhongsho still perfectly fine? At this moment, Gumye arrived and slashed down with a 100,000-foot bone knife. It was extremely cold, blocking between the two of them. Many thick black ice walls rose up from the ground, protecting Gong Shinran as she retreated. However, the 30,000-foot lightning wings behind Zhongsho flapped. The blazing black flames instantly melted the ice walls. Another white sword light arrived like a dragon. Come! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The 100 feet long, dense white bone blade also broke in response to the sound. Half of the bone knife spun and charged into the sky. Zhongsho's body didn't stop at all as he chased after Gong Shinran. On the other side, Lianer had just arrived. How dare you? The moment he said this, Lianer's voice suddenly stopped. He saw that the bone knife in his hand wasn't the only thing that was broken. His entire body, from the left shoulder down, had been sliced off. The yin flame in his eye sockets dimmed like it would be extinguished if the wind blew on it. Lianer couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was hesitating whether or not he should head up. Even if he did, he would just be asking to die. This unparalleled sword, this sharp and unbeatable person. 2 words flashed across Lianer's mind. Unstoppable. He hesitated for a moment, and it was already too late. Zhongsho's body once again flew in front of Gong Shinran. Their eyes met, and Gong Shinran's black sickle was already in front of her body. It blocked the path of Zhongsho's sword. The giant blade also slashed back. Zhongsho was slightly distracted at that moment. Numerous scenes flashed across his mind. The scenes in Linhai College, the Demon Corpse Mountain when Gong Shinran died. In the end, all those scenes collapsed, and all that was left was this foreign woman in front of him. His gaze turned sharp, and killing intent rose up. Break! In an instant, cause and effect reversed. Zhongsho's nameless sword slashed down furiously. A full 3 long Ing swords circled around the sword, and then merged into one. The giant sickle in Gong Shinran's hand also broke into pieces at that moment. Chapter 700. When the sword light landed, the sickle broke. Everyone within a 1,000-mile radius was stunned. Shuan was at a loss. How did the black sickle break just like that? The sickle looked like it was formed from the death mist, but Shuan knew that it was formed from a thread of chill spirit death energy. It was the best sword embryo seed, as well as the best spirit weapon material. Its grade was even at the low grade of the earth tier. Blades and swords couldn't hurt it, and only celestial weapons could. How was it broken with one sword? Also, this netherworld princess whom he had high hopes for was defeated so easily. Gong Shinran was also stunned. She stared at the 2 halves of the sickle in her hand, and only then did she react. A white bone relic appeared on her forehead. The death aura gathered and condensed into a grayish-black light shield in an instant. The nameless sword slashed down. The sword attack stopped for a moment before it was broken. However, it was still deflected to the side. The sword light slashed down, and Gong Shinran's entire right arm was sliced off. She retreated 10,000 feet, and her pupils turned into vertical slits. After her resurrection, it was only at this moment that she knew fear and trepidation. Although she was dead, this Zhong Shou could wipe her out. The sword light paused for a moment, and then it followed like a shadow. Millions of blade shadows. He forcefully broke the layers of death energy barriers. The lightning wings spread out, and his speed was actually above hers. He swiftly got close. Just as Gong Shinran was about to lose all hope, a broken hammer was tossed over, following which was a giant black shield that was placed in front of her. Zhong Shou's nameless sword slashed, and the broken hammer was sliced apart. The sword light struck the giant black shield. In an instant, it was sliced into thousands of pieces. Gong Shinran's expression relaxed. In just a moment, her arms had recovered and they were still as white as jade. In the next instance, she formed a hand seal in front of her. 5 senses seal. The moment she said seal, Zhong Shou felt his eyes darken and he was unable to see. Not only his eyes, but even his eardrums could no longer hear anything. All the ability to sense the outside world, be it form, sound, color, taste, or touch, had been sealed. His eyes, ears, tongue, nose, and body could no longer sense anything. It was a world of darkness. He didn't care, spreading out his spiritual sense and still locking onto Gong Shinran's body. The sword light was like a dragon, and it was already very close. He only needed a moment to cut off this woman's head. However, his spiritual sense that was spread out sensed Gong Shinran spitting out 5 words. Mind reversal seal. At first, his spiritual sense was in chaos. The sky was the earth, and the earth was the sky. After that, all of his soul power was sealed in his soul's sea, unable to break out of his body. Zhong Shou was stunned. Everything in the outside world disappeared from his mind. Gong Shinran was nowhere to be found, and only endless darkness was left. Lianer was delighted to see this. Laughing loudly, he said, "Master's netherworld sea consciousness sealing great technique. Your Highness has truly mastered it." His 5 senses were taken away, and his spiritual sense didn't exist. The current Zhong Shou was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His hammer and shield were broken, but he didn't care at all. The flesh and bones of his left arm twisted. His entire right hand turned into a cone shape as it pierced towards Zhong Shou. At this moment, even Xuan, who was in the clouds, smiled. As expected from the Netherworld fairy, who was above the 9 Death Witch. Even if he faced such a secret technique, he would be able to do nothing about it. Gong Shinran reached out with her hands, and the chill spirit death energy that was broken into 2 flew back and landed in her hands. She gathered the black energy and turned it into the shape of a sword. Her netherworld aura was surging, and she was about to kill the person in front of her, who had shocked her. She only felt a vast and surging energy surge out from Zhong Shou's body. The sharp intent that had disappeared locked onto her once more, suppressing her. Gong Shinran was stunned once more as she looked out, only to see that spiritual energy surged around Zhong Shou's body. It seemed to have turned into a physical form, forcefully pushing away the death energy. His body changed. Many snow-white fox tails stretched out from his back. They stretched out 1,000 feet, waving out thousands of miles of spiritual energy. The flames surged into the heavens like a bunch of demons dancing, following which a green mirror appeared in the sky. 9-tailed sky fox. Star tattoo? Gong Shinran was stunned. She remembered that the Zhong Shou she knew was from the 7-tailed Zhong family, sky fox bloodline. However, when did he become a 9-tailed sky fox? Also, what was this green mirror? Suddenly, a sliver of consciousness crossed the 2 realms of life and the underworld and rushed into her mind. Gong Shinran's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was the enemy of all illusions in the world, illusionary heart mirror. The moment such a thought rose up, her eyes turned black. Gong Shinran only felt that all her senses towards the outside world had disappeared. With a thought, she knew that this was the reflection of the illusion technique. She couldn't be more familiar with this six senses seal ability. She cultivated the netherworld ocean sense sealing technique, so naturally, she wouldn't be restricted by it. However, when Gong Shinran opened her eyes once more, coincidentally, the green and white sword light that Zhongsho used sliced Lianer's body in half. The moment the sword light sliced through the flesh and bone, Lianer's eyes were filled with panic. He only felt that his spiritual sense was being forcefully sucked out by an external power from the sword. The death energy in his body also flowed uncontrollably toward the sword. At this moment, he finally understood why Gu Mia was so badly injured by one strike from Zhongsho and was on the verge of death. He gritted his teeth and didn't hesitate to explode the flesh and blood all over his body. Only a bit of white flesh was left, which was carried by his broken soul as he flew into the distance. Zhongsho seemed to be too lazy to bother about him. The sword light only chased for a short while before retracting it. All the sword intent was pointed at Gong Shinran. The essence, energy, and soul energy that he had absorbed from Lianer's body instantly exploded. Once more, cause and effect were reversed. First, there was the effect of the sword breaking, and then there was the cause of the sword breaking. Break! With a light ring, the sword shadow landed once more. The two black swords formed from chill, spirit death energy were already floating about before they even touched the nameless sword. The sword body was in a mess. When that sharp sword light flashed past, it was broken with one sword without any suspense. The sword intent didn't stop as it headed right for Gong Shinran's heart. However, at this moment, be it Lianer or Gu Mia, they didn't have any strength to help. There was no one who could protect her. The sword shadow was like a hot knife through butter as it broke through the heavy death energy barrier formed by the white bone relics. Gong Shinran's eyes were filled with despair once more. She was unwilling to accept this. There were clearly many secret arts and countless divine abilities in her body. However, in front of Zhongsho, she couldn't use any of them. That sharp and invincible sword seemed like it could slash apart everything in its path. It didn't give her any time at all. Pucci, the long sword stabbed into her chest. That strong and overbearing sword intent sent her flying. It brought her body flying backwards and nailed her body firmly onto a mountain wall. At this moment, the 1,000 miles of land around Demon Corpse Mountain was totally silent. Everyone held their breaths. Chapter 701. That green and white long sword pierced through her chest, directly piercing her heart. Gong Shinran didn't die. She only felt that her left chest was in extreme pain. At this moment, behind her was just a normal mountain wall. If it was in the past, it could be easily shattered. As for earth and wind movement, she had grasped them really well when she was alive. She didn't even need talismans, just a thought, and she could use them. However, she couldn't move at all. The sword that Zhongsho stabbed into her chest sealed up all the energy meridians in her body. Even her soul power was sealed up. Not to mention spells, but she couldn't even think about moving her limbs at all. She was also unable to focus. Less than an hour after reviving, her body that shouldn't have felt any pain started to feel pain. It pierced into her heart and bones, etched into her heart. She looked forward in a daze, only able to see Zhongsho's cold eyes filled with killing intent. Her heart couldn't help but constrict. Her heart muscles rubbed against the sword blade, causing an intense pain. How did this happen? Gong Shinran could feel that she seemed to have recalled something. However, when she thought about it, she couldn't remember anything. Zhongsho's brow furrowed, and he found it weird. At this instant, he actually seemed to have noticed some emotions in the eyes of the Nether Maiden, and it was like she'd come back to life. Then, he shook his head and knew that it was most probably an illusion. It was only because he still had a bit of hope and couldn't bear to do that he did that. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of black flames swept over. It was the Liu clan's sky-burning flames, thousand blaze, lightning flash. The strength of this technique was rare in the world, and it was also a good way to purify the nether corpses. However, when the black flames reached her body, Zhongsho frowned slightly. Gong Shinran's nether energy was locked up by him, but she could go up against the burning of the lightning blaze, thousand flash. At this moment, it was like the indestructible body of the Buddhist faction. Her entire body could be compared to intermediate Xian grade, even upper spiritual gold. After a few breaths, it only burned a large portion of her body. However, at this moment, there was a weird power that rebounded from her body. He did not try to fight against the black flames. Instead, he recovered his physical body at a crazy speed. Gong Shinran would recover as much as the thousand blaze lightning flash burned. Both sides were in a deadlock, burning endlessly. Zhongsho was hesitating about whether he should use the white hole Dharma idol to deal with the Nether Maiden. Bai Ruo's voice came from the sky. "My lord, this woman is the underworld heavenly daughter. Unlike ordinary 9 netherworld witches, she had an indestructible body of the dark underworld. If she was determined to resist, it would be difficult to kill her even after 10 days or half a month. Junshang, you could try using this." Several rays of golden light flew down. Zhongsho casually waved his hand and caught them in his hand. They were 6 red wooden nails, about half a foot long. It was as thick as a thumb and was engraved with countless words. Zhongsho happened to recognize this item. Evil Annihilation, Heart, Locking Nail. It was a little different from what he had seen in the future. It was made of 1,000-year-old peach wood, and it seemed to have been struck by lightning. Part of the peach wood was charred black. As for why it was red and brown, it should be because it was soaked in spiritual beast blood. What was carved on the body of the nail was also not the Taoist style of Yuan. Instead, it was a Confucian scripture the size of a fly. Threads of righteous energy were hidden within. Sensing it carefully, he felt that it was vast and righteous, even exceeding the scriptures that the 6 Qing Xian scholars used. His eyes lit up. This was a good item to wipe out evil. He knew how to use this item. He didn't hesitate as he stabbed a long nail into Gong Shinran's palm. Gong Shinran's brows furrowed. She couldn't help but scoff. She only felt that her heart was throbbing with pain. Long-lost memories rose up in her mind once more. She remembered that on Demon Corpse Mountain, she seemed to have died just like that. She was cheated by someone, pinned to a tree by blades and tortured. Then, the person in front of her helped her escape and took revenge for her. Just as she was thinking back, another wave of pain interrupted her thoughts. Her right palm was also pierced by a nail and pinned to the mountain wall. In the medicine path, the palm, the foot, the heart, and the heart were known as the 5 hearts of a person. However, to cultivators, the soul heart at the brow was even more important. It was the head of the 6 hearts. The 6-heart lock could destroy the nether corpse. Zhongsho knew that his nameless sword, which was wrapped in numerous black flames and had the ability to absorb souls, wouldn't be weaker than these heart-locking nails. After nailing both feet, only the center of her brows was left. Holding the 5th evil-destroying heart-locking nail, Zhongsho hesitated slightly. As long as this nail was nailed down, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, this world would have no more traces of Gong Shinran. "Ruler," the voice came from behind. It was Gong Yu. His tone was filled with panic. He wanted to stop, but he suppressed himself. Zhongsho made up his mind instead. He made up his mind, expressionlessly stabbing down with a long nail in his hand. Gong Shinran's pupils constricted, and then she calmed down. She could wait for death when she was alive, so now that she revived, she wouldn't fear anything. The white bone relic appeared at the center of her brows, layers of gray-white energy blocking. Energy exploded out as the evil, destroying heart-locking nail pierced through the death energy barrier layer by layer. However, just as it was about to reach the center of her brows, Zhongsho frowned. He only felt an extremely overbearing and vast energy shoot out from within the nether gate. Even if it crossed the life and nether worlds, even with the suppression of the cloud world, it was still tough to block. It was a spear shadow that pierced through space, bringing with it death energy as it struck. It should be using the stabbing technique of the spear technique. However, the spear was just too huge, tens of thousands of feet long, like a giant cone-shaped mountain. Instead of calling it stabbing, it was better to call it smashing. Zhong Shou frowned, instinctively pulling out his sword to block in front of his body. With a loud dang, he instantly felt disgusted and his internal organs were torn apart. He was forced back 100,000 feet by the huge strength. Everything that blocked his back, the stone walls, the mountain, and even the dust in the air were all smashed into pieces. When he stood still, his body was covered in black mist and death energy. He couldn't see, and his spiritual sense couldn't spread out too far. This time it wasn't a secret technique that sealed his senses, but the death energy around him was just too thick. It was so thick that the ground below was corroding and turning into sand. Zhong Shou's brow rose up, his spiritual sense gathering as he looked towards what he remembered. Gong Xinran, Lian Er, and Gumye chased over. However, his heart moved and he felt a sense of danger. Oh! A sharp spiritual sense exploded out 100 feet behind him. Suddenly, a blade shadow pierced right through the back of his head. Its aura was really strong, several times stronger than normal spirit realm experts. True chi and soul energy exploded out in an instant, even close to spirit realm experts. It was also filled with demonic energy. In this black mist, it was like a fish in water. Demon assassin sect? Spirit-slaying sword? Using the blood of 108,000 children to craft a secret technique, and then killing tens of thousands of living beings to perfect this sword art. The day the technique was formed, its speed was only slower than the demon's sunflower sword, and it was hard to find its tracks. If it didn't hit, it would flee 1,000 miles away. When the sword body arrived, Zhong Shou's internal organs were smashed, and his true chi exploded. Behind the sword shadow, the eyes of the black shadow were filled with cold disdain. It was like it was mocking that even if Zhong Shou was invincible, he wouldn't be able to escape from this spirit-slaying sword. A glow flashed in Zhong Shou's eyes, and then his lips curled up in a mocking manner. Did it really think that he didn't have any other trump cards in his hands? Coincidentally, this place was tough for spiritual sense to get close. It was okay if he used some secret techniques. He spread out his spiritual sense, and this small space suddenly froze. It was only 30 feet away and only stopped for 1,000th of an instant, but it was enough. The nameless sword stabbed out behind him. However, it arrived first even though it was launched later. It was like a waterfall that left no trace behind. In an instant, it was already ahead of the blade shadow behind him. It totally pierced through the master's brow. When the nameless sword was pulled back, the face of the black shirt man was filled with disbelief. However, his soul was sucked out by the nameless sword, and what was left was a soulless body that fell downwards. Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother, walking forwards towards Gong Xinran. Using this person's soul, a green flame burned in his soul ocean once more. Although the injuries in his body hadn't healed, his soul power was full. Within the sword body gathered all the vital energy of a spirit realm demon cultivator. The 30,000-foot pure black lightning wings spread out, and with a spiritual sense, a huge storm was formed to chase away the death energy around. His internal energy wasn't afraid of being consumed at all as it boiled and surged, merging with the soul-level sword intent and charging into the clouds. It was still extremely majestic and arrogant. When he took 10 steps out, the black mist and death energy in front of him had pretty much dissipated. He could stretch out his soul power once more. Samurai could roughly see the situation opposite. Lianer had recovered half of his body and was trying his best to pull out the evil-destroying heart-locking nail from Gong Xinran's right hand. Out of the 4 nails, 2 were gone. When he saw Zhong Shou arrive, he instantly cried out in terror. He instinctively tossed aside the peachwood nail in his hand, and then a Yin wind appeared, pulling Gun Mie, who was still unable to move as he fled. Gong Xinran's body turned into tens of thousands of strands of black gas that dissipated into the world. In just a breath, it was gone. Zhongsho's brow rose as he looked into the clouds. He could still sense Gong Shinran's aura. When the nine death which appeared, blood would flow for 1,000 miles and millions would be killed. He had to totally solve this problem before he could be at ease. This woman was heavily injured, and although she had successfully escaped, she definitely wouldn't be able to go far. However, this would require a bit more effort. He turned back and looked at the death gate behind him. Legend had it that all the 9 death witches were the children of the Netherworld Emperor. When they were being nurtured, it was expected that the Netherworld Emperor would protect them. However, since Gong Shinran had already appeared, she still interfered. This didn't make sense and was breaking the rules. Even if the few World Protector Venerables attacked and wiped her out, it was expected. However, thinking about it, Song Xingdao and the few Venerables were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Zhongsho gave out a self-mocking laugh. He definitely didn't expect the few of them to be able to protect him at the crucial moment. Luckily, the strike just now had caused the death gate to shatter. Gong Shinran left, and the veins that were forcefully gathered here also scattered. The problems here had been totally removed. The person from before also wouldn't be able to stop him. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.